What was shocking to the 5 grandmasters was not Xia Ningchang's great strength. Although she was already a third-order transcendent at such a young age, that was irrelevant to the grandmasters. They simply assumed she was like Yang Kai, a genius in the martial Tao. The key point was that the nature of her body's strength, it wasn't of the flame attribute or the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use burning power in order to melt, purify, and then blend the various essences of herbs or minerals in order to refine pills or artifacts. Only by applying such heat could one bring out the true potential of their raw materials. As such, alchemists and artifact refiners had to cultivate either fire attribute or the yang attribute secret arts, causing the true qi in their bodies to always be scalding hot. However, the true qi sent out by Xia Ningchang was extremely gentle, with an aura that exuded one close to that of the natural world. How was this alchemy? The 5 grandmasters were all stumped, but the next moment, all of them were simultaneously dumbfounded. The saint-grade herbs that were wrapped in invisible power gently floated in front of Xia Ningchang and under her gentle, natural force, began to break down, their medicinal essences congealing together into droplets of incomparable pure medicinal liquid while the remaining dregs were discarded. Xia Ningchang's body remained motionless. Only a constant stream of power flowed out from her, as her 2 jade hands formed a number of profound seals that she sent towards the purified herbs. The grandmaster's expression all became solemn, each of them wearing a look of shock as they stared fixedly towards Xia Ningchang, none of them even blinking for fear they might miss one of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 grandmasters, they could instantly tell that this little girl in front of them had a deep understanding and possessed profound skills in alchemy. The way she condensed and processed these drops of medicinal liquids was exquisite, to the point that even they would not have been able to do any better than her. The efficacy of each herb was perfectly extracted without the slightest waste, and through her incredible methods, all of them were condensed and gradually gathered together. Drops of medicinal liquid floated like pearls in front of Xia Ningchang. Pointing a single jade finger out, Xia Ningchang pushed the gentle force from her body out once more, taking her finger as a pen and her true qi as ink to draw a delicate spirit array mid-air. The speed at which she portrayed the spirit array was astonishing. The observing grandmasters keenly realized that the spirit array she was using was nearly identical to the one used by Yang Kai. Clearly, they had been taught by the same master. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters became enthralled by her performance, none of them even daring to breathe loudly lest they accidentally disturb Xia Ningchang. None of them doubted whether Xia Ningchang could perform alchemy anymore. The fantastical scene playing out before them was the clearest proof of all. If it was not someone with profound achievements in alchemy, it would be impossible for them to understand these alchemic spirit arrays or to so perfectly condense medicinal liquids. On top of that, Xia Ningchang's alchemy technique contained a kind of fascinating beauty that drew them in, allowing them to forget everything around them, including their own existences as they followed each one of her movements. All 5 grandmasters suddenly felt like they had entered into a magical world, one filled with the purest essence of alchemy. The path beneath their feet was firm and the view of the horizon was clear. At this moment, each of them felt as if their souls had been baptized, allowing their 100 years of study in the alchemic way to receive a kind of sublimation. Gradually, the complex spirit array took form, its overlapping lines shimmering with light as they gradually drew in the surrounding drops of medicinal liquid, gathering them in its center. Right before their eyes, the medicinal liquids began merging with one another, undergoing a special metamorphosis which led the appearance of the embryonic form of a pill. The 5 grandmasters stared at this process with excited faces. They had immersed themselves in alchemy for so many years, but never once before had they so clearly seen the formation of a pill. Every pill they had ever refined or seen refined was formed inside a pill furnace, so the process could not be seen by the naked eye. Only after the pill was refined successfully would they be able to see its true appearance. It wasn't until this very moment that they all realized that the formation of a pill was so mesmerizing and soul-stirring. It was like watching the birth of a new life, as the pill sent out a vigorous energy aura. The grandmasters' hearts pounded as they found themselves unable to speak, all of them stretching their necks out, seemingly wanting to get even the slightest bit closer to more carefully observe. As the pill slowly began to take shape, the Grandmasters poured in their divine senses, their tension shooting up as if it was their own child being born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly began wafting out, filling the nostrils of the Grandmasters, finally allowing all of them to breathe a sigh of relief and relax as they felt a giant weight lift from their hearts. Xianxia reached out, grabbed the pill in front of her, pinching it between her jade-white fingers as she stared at it for a while, a slight frown forming on her brow, seemingly somewhat unsatisfied with this result, placing the pill into a prepared jade bottle a moment later. At the same time, Xianxia also finished refining the same pill he was working on, tapping his pill furnace and causing it to fly out and accurately land inside a jade bottle he was holding, sealing it in the next instant. 2 pill fragrances with some subtle differences filled the room, making people feel refreshed. The room fell so silent one could hear a pin drop, only the heavily pounding hearts of the 5 Grandmasters resounding. Xianxia slowly extricated herself from the world of alchemy, and when she looked up, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like starving wolves who had just encountered the finest of prey. Several seniors. Xianxia was frightened and quickly turned her eyes towards Xianxia, silently praying for rescue. Xianxia grinned, understanding well the Grandmaster's shock, but still refusing to give them enough time to pull themselves out of their delirium as she called out, "Several Grandmasters? Do you now believe this junior's words?" Duan glanced over at him and nodded with a forced smile. Seeing is really believing. The 5 Grandmasters all came back to their senses upon hearing these words, with Chongbao frowning deeply as he asked in confusion. "But I still can't figure out how she managed to refine this pill without flame or yang attribute true qi. Even without mentioning her not using a pill furnace, her true qi shouldn't even be suited to alchemy. I'm also can't understand. Could it be that one actually doesn't need burning hot true qi to perform alchemy?" Yifeng also kept shaking his head. Although watching Xianxia perform alchemy even once had brought him a huge harvest, it had simultaneously subverted almost everything he knew about alchemy, leading him to doubt even his most fundamental knowledge. Kong Ruoyu wore a pensive look upon her face, and only after a long time did she venture a guess. "Have you ever heard about a special constitution that was born specifically for alchemy?" "A special constitution?" Duan gasped as he suddenly recalled something. "Do you mean the sacred spirit medicine body?" Hong Fong called out in alarm. The sacred spirit medicine body." Kong Ruoyu's eyes lit up as she gazed towards Xianxia. This little girl might just possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it can explain why she can perform alchemy without a pill furnace or burning true qi. Duan nodded. As top-level alchemist, the 5 Grandmasters had naturally heard about the sacred spirit medicine body, and upon comparing what they knew about this special constitution with Xianxia's performance, they grew even more certain about their speculation. "Little brat, does this senior sister of yours have a special constitution?" Chongbao called out to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and nodded. "No wonder. It turns out she possesses the legendary constitution." The eyes of the Grandmasters shone even brighter as they now stared at Xianxia, as if they were staring at the greatest treasure of alchemy, fascination and worship filling their faces. "You senior sister and junior brother pair really know how to attack people." Duan smiled bitterly. This old master now constantly doubts his own competency in alchemy. "And I also suspect that I've been living in vain all these years." Yifeng also wore a depressed look inside. "But if you compare them, this kid really isn't as fierce as this little girl," Hong Fong laughed. "Simply judging them based on time spent to refine St. Pills, it's clearly this little girl's win." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "What can I say? Senior sister's accomplishments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to only have been studying alchemy for a short time. The last time we met he wasn't even able to refine pills." Xianxia quickly waved. "All right, you don't need to go praising each other. Let's continue with the refinements. After all, we need to finish 30 pills today." Chongbao couldn't wait to witness the previous magical scene again and quickly urged. But let's say this first, after suffering a blow from you two, we old fogies won't be refining any pills together so we don't waste herbs," Yifeng added. "Good. Today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister. Yang Kai and Xianxia glanced at each other and smiled before no longer saying anything and immersing themselves in alchemy. Time flew by. The 5 grandmasters had all gathered around Xianxia, focusing their eyes on every detail of her movements, completely throwing Yang Kai to the wayside. They had already observed Yang Kai alchemy for quite some time, so now that there was Xianxia here, naturally, they weren't willing to miss witnessing her methods. Yang Kai was happy to see this, while Xianxia was even more excited than him. Before now, she didn't have access to many Saint-grade materials to practice with, but now that she was in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, she didn't have to worry about this issue anymore and could instead focus all her attention on her alchemy. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, performing alchemy was the fastest method little senior sister possessed to improve her strength. Xianxia herself had once said that to her, alchemy was cultivation, so while to others, refining pills was an exhausting task, it actually had the opposite effect on her. After bustling about all day, when evening rolled around, and the 30 pills had finally all been refined, Yang Kai felt quite tired, but Xianxia was still bursting with energy, even looking somewhat regretful that they were already finished. Su Hui came soon after, accepted the 30 pills, and delivered them to the Holy Land's customers who were waiting outside the 9 peaks. These cultivators instantly began praising the Holy Land's Grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, this mysterious Grandmaster had greatly increased the number of pills he refined in a single day. This made those who were waiting in line for pills extremely happy. The more pills the Holy Land's Grandmaster refined per day, the shorter the time they would need to wait for their turn. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xianxia, and the 5 grandmasters had all returned to their individual rooms and were engaged in meditation and introspection. On the second day, they repeated the process. It was not until 3 days later that the 5 grandmasters started performing alchemy again, putting into practice their recent insights. Inside the pill room, pill fragrance filled the air as spirit-grade and saint-grade pills emerged one after another. Time flew by and soon a month had passed. The Holy Land disciples sent out by Su Hui to inquire about recent events had returned, and after listening to their reports, the Great Elder also vaguely realized that the world seemed to have undergone a subtle change and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to see Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been long anticipating this report, so he did not even go to the pill room today. Inside the main hall, Su Hui wore a solemn expression and said, "Holy Master, the disciples sent out traveled around for a month, taking note of various events they encountered along the road and found a very strange phenomenon." "What?" "Throughout the entire world, many entrances to different mysterious small worlds had appeared." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression tightened. After seeing the Holy Tomb, the door to the starry sky, and the entrance to the mysterious small world which appeared 2,000 kilometers away from the 9 peaks all open on their own, Yang Kai had a bad premonition, so ordered Su Hui to send out disciples to explore the situation. The results of this investigation were basically in line with his assumptions, only deepening his unease. Su Hui continued, "The disciples' investigations found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds seemed to all opened on their own, and at the exact same time. Currently, all the world's cultivators are caught up in a fever of mysterious small world treasure hunting, with countless people rushing in and out of different mysterious small worlds. The disciples reported that most of these mysterious small worlds were empty, without any signs of even the most basic life. Only occasionally did one of them contain some ancient ruins and treasures." "Were they able to determine exactly when these entrances opened?" Su Hui nodded. "It seems to have occurred a month and a half ago. 1.5 months ago." Hearing this, Yang Kai's suspicions were all but confirmed, as that was exactly around the time when he rescued Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Was that strange space and great demon god's soul clone really related somehow to these mysterious small worlds suddenly opening up? Great demon god had said that those 8 stone pillars were the keystone to the entire world, and if it was destroyed, there would be unimaginable consequences. Was the current situation related to these words? Was it because the keystone of Tongshen realm was destroyed that all the hidden mysterious small worlds around the world reappeared? However, if that was the case, it wasn't exactly a bad thing, so why did great demon god's soul clone issue such a dire warning? From the tone of his speech at the time, It was like a catastrophe would occur once the stone pillars were destroyed, causing Yang Kai a great deal of concern. Seeing Yang Kai's fluctuating expression, Su Hui did not dare to speak and simply stood by and waited for further instructions. After a long silence, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, do you want to send out teams from the Holy Land to explore these mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains." Recently, all the disciples have been spending their time in secluded cultivation, so going out and moving about will do them some good. Yang Kai raised his head and hesitated for only a moment before suddenly nodding. "Good. Allow the Holy Land's disciples to go out and explore these mysterious small worlds. But let them pay attention to one thing in particular. Holy Master, please advise us. If they come across or hear about a mysterious small world that contains places called Central Capital, Ashgray Cloud Evil Land, or Tianlang Dynasty, they must report back to the Holy Land immediately." Yes. Su Hui didn't ask what these names meant, but from the look on Yang Kai's face, he could tell that they were definitely important to him. In addition, send a message to Wuxia. Tell him I have something to ask of him, Yang Kai also said. Great Elder nodded and respectfully retired. Sitting on a chair in the main hall, Yang Kai's heart raced. Although this incident was quite unexpected, it may also provide him with an opportunity to return to the central capital. Yang Kai had always been concerned about his friends and relatives back in the central capital, but he had so far not been able to find his way back there. When he first came to Tongxian realm, he had been a wanderer with low strength, but now he had settled down and was the master of a giant force. Naturally, he wanted to bring his loved ones here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. The entrances to all the mysterious small world which had been hidden throughout the world had opened by themselves. So one of them definitely lead to the world he was seeking. Because, strictly speaking, the world Yang Kai originated from was a mysterious small world. But unlike other mysterious small worlds, the world containing the central capital was much bigger. If a Saint Realm powerhouse with malicious intentions found their way to the central capital, the 8 great families would be unable to put up any resistance. As such, he had to find his way home as soon as possible lest someone beat him there and cause harm to his friends or family. An hour later, Wuxia arrived. Yang Kai asked him to let the disciples of Netherworld sect seek out any news about the central capital. Wuxia immediately agreed and left to make arrangements. Since aligning himself with Yang Kai, Wuxia's Netherworld sect had experienced great growth, so he would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing this, Yang Kai said a few words to Xianxia before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying off alone in a blue streak of light. One day later, Yang Kai appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Atop Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Fei Yu and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him pay attention to any new as well. Without delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, inside Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside the Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged and cultivated the most precious martial skills and secret arts available in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley a few years ago and obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he became the most eye-catching existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Qinzhou and all the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing their sect, providing him with the best possible environment and cultivation resources. It had been a year and a half since he safely emerged from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu had made some progress in his cultivation, but not enough to satisfy himself. When Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley in the past, he spent just 2 years to grow from the True Element Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half in the outside world, he had only managed to cultivate to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. A somewhat slow and disappointing rate of progress. However, because of his identity as Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and Elders did not say anything and simply waited patiently for the day he would one day soar. Only Sun Yu knew the truth though, he was not the real Dragon Emperor. The reason his strength increased so rapidly those 2 years inside Dragon Valley was all thanks to that senior's guidance. After that senior left though, during this past year and a half, Sun Yu's diligent cultivation was only able to guarantee that his strength grew faster than ordinary people. However, even this rate of growth certainly left Palace Master Chun and the other elders somewhat disappointed. On top of that, Palace Master Chun had been constantly trying to help him choose a Phoenix Empress, forcing Sun Yu to constantly declare he needed to enter secluded retreat in order to avoid the issue. Thanks to Sun Yu entering seclusion, the search for a Phoenix Empress finally came to an impasse. While sitting in meditation, Sun Yu's heart suddenly clenched as he felt as if someone was staring at him, and the aura surrounding his room changed subtly. His eyes shooting open, Sun Yu shouted, "Who goes there?" Standing right in front of Sun Yu was a young man who was staring at him with a friendly smile as he applauded. "Your senses have become quite sharp. It seems your growth has not been small." Hearing the voice of this person and then looking at his appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed, quickly got up, and shouted, "Senior Yang." Yang Kai gently nodded. "How did you come here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu asked excitedly as he rushed over to Yang Kai. "I just got here," Yang Kai replied casually. "Speak softly. There are two transcendents outside guarding this place." Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help but shrink his neck, lowering his voice before retrieving a nearby chair. "Senior Yang, please have a seat." After waiting for Yang Kai to sit down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water and then stood straight nearby, a big smile upon his face, as if he was welcoming his closest family member. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded. "Your cultivation has progressed well. You've been practicing hard." Sun Yu wore a bitter expression and shook his head. "Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. Although this kind of progress may be better than an average person, compared to the expectations of Palace Master Chun and Master, it's actually quite disappointing. Even I'm not satisfied with myself. There's no need to rush. Growing steadily is always for the best. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master? The pressure I've been under all this time has been quite difficult to bear," Sun Yu asked helplessly. "I understand how you feel," Yang Kai replied, "but now is not the time." In the beginning, after transforming from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect, Sun Yu quite enjoyed the attention and praise, but after truly coming to understand the burden that had been placed on his shoulder, he began to realize just how difficult being in such a position was. Enormous pressure and expectations were now part of everyday life for him. "Wait a little longer," Yang Kai comforted. He was planning on waiting to first reunite with Su Yan and bring her here to accept the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before revealing the truth to Dragon Phoenix Palace. With the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress appearing before them, presumably, they would happily accept. "Then did Senior Yang come here this time because he needs something from me? I do have something I'd like your help with." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he made the same request to Sun Yu as he did to Wuxia and Fei Yu. Sun Yu naturally did not decline. Half a day later, many elites from Dragon Phoenix Palace were dispatched in all directions under the command of Palace Master Chun Zhou. Yang Kai said goodbye to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace, standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle as he released his divine sense into his surroundings, observing the area all around him as he flew forward. He had used all of his personal relationships in order to seek out news about Central Capital as soon as possible. Originally, he also planned on paying a visit to Water Spirit Temple as well, but after thinking about it, Shui Ling knew about his origins, so if Water Spirit Temple really found a void corridor leading to his previous world, Shui Ling would definitely send word to Nine Heavens Holy Land about it. As he rapidly flew through the sky, Yang Kai constantly scanned the ground below, and as soon as he noticed any trace of void energy fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate. If it turned out to be the entrance to a mysterious small world, he would directly enter it in order to check if it led home. Unfortunately, each time Yang Kai was met with disappointment, causing him to feel a sense of anxiety and impatience. The Central Capital's 8 great families were second to none in his old world, but compared to the forces of Tongxian realm, they weren't even worth mentioning. If they were discovered by some powerful force from this world, things would turn bad very quickly. One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned back. After returning to the Holy Master Court, he immediately summoned Su Hui to ask if any of the disciples had found anything during this time. but the answer he received was no. Yang Kai was inevitably disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all his interpersonal relationships to move several forces to search for news about the central capital, while also deploying a large amount of manpower from Nine Heavens' Holy Land as well. But they still hadn't found leads yet. For the past 2 months, Yang Kai had been flying about searching for entrances to mysterious small worlds. In total, he had investigated 32 mysterious small worlds, but none of them had led to the central capital. The speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was a big help at this time, allowing Yang Kai to cover almost half of the human territory. Every 3 days he would return to the Holy Land to avoid missing any useful information. But so far there had been nothing at all. Su Hui drew back, and a moment later, a fragrant wind brushed past Yang Kai's face. Looking up, he saw Xianxia's veiled face and graceful figure standing in front of him. Seemingly sensing the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, her beautiful eyes flashed a deep sense of concern. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms, sitting her down on his lap as he asked, "Did you finish alchemy for today?" Xianxia nodded lightly. Thanks to all the mysterious small worlds appearing recently, fewer and fewer people have been coming to request alchemy services, so each day there aren't many pills to be refined. Because of the sudden emergence of so many mysterious small worlds, most cultivators were currently busy treasure hunting, leaving the 9 peaks to seek for opportunities, leading to a sharp decline in the number of people standing around waiting in line outside the Holy Land. This development inadvertently freed up Xianxia and the 5 grandmasters. The senior sister and junior brother pair held each other close, gently inhaling each other's scent, calming their hearts. "Junior brother, are you looking for a way back to the central capital?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "Did you ask Great Elder?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Xianxia shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, our previous world was a mysterious small world. Before we couldn't find a void corridor leading back. But now that entrances have opened up all by themselves, it shouldn't be long before one that leads home is discovered. Because there hasn't been any news yet though, junior brother is certainly feeling quite anxious and have been spending most of your time outside. I keep searching, but unfortunately nothing has been found yet. There will always be clues. Junior brother doesn't need to worry so much." Xianxia softly comforted as she took the initiative to tightly hold Yang Kai's hand and say, "At such a critical time, I wonder where Master is gone. If he was here, there would be someone else who we can discuss this matter with. Treasurer Meng. He probably has something important to take care of." Yang Kai was also not clear where Treasure Meng had disappeared, but since he decided to leave Nine Heavens' Holy Land almost immediately after arriving, even entrusting Xianxia to Yang Kai's care, he definitely had something critical to deal with. Yang Kai even wondered if he had really gone to the demon land. After all, he had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the current demon commander. Now that he had restored his strength, going to find trouble with the demon commander wouldn't be impossible. If that really was the case though, Treasurer Meng's situation really might be worrying. Dang 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 dang. A flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Like a frightened rabbit, Xianxia leapt out of Yang Kai's arms, her face blushing bright red as she stood awkwardly nearby. When no one was around, she could behave intimately towards Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she couldn't bring herself to act so improperly. The person who came in was Su Hui, a somewhat flurried expression on his face. Yang Kai turned a curious gaze towards him and asked, "What's the matter, Great Elder?" Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai about the information the disciples had collected over the past few days. Yet now, after having only left for a short time, he had actually rushed back here. Obviously, he had something important to say. "Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who asked to see you directly." Su Hui glanced over at Xianxia cautiously and lightly coughed as he reported. "Women?" Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of women?" They're quite young and beautiful." Su Hui didn't beat around the bush and spoke frankly, clearly thinking that these 2 women had some kind of emotional debt with Yang Kai and had now come looking for him to collect. Xianxia also thought so and couldn't help giggling lightly, shooting a light glance towards Yang Kai as she softly whispered, "Junior brother, I'll return to my room first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he hurriedly declared, I don't know any beautiful young women from the outside. Wait, is it Yun Xian and Ruan Xinu from Bold Independent Union, the two who came to the Holy Land a while ago? Great Elder also met them at that time. It's not them. Su Hui shook his head, his eyes flashing for a moment, seemingly remembering something. Right. The two girls who have come this time should be twins. Their appearances are basically identical, but their temperaments are slightly different. One of them charming while the other is lively. And they're a rare pair. His look clearly showed he was thinking that Yang Kai was lucky in love, basically having determined that the two who had come had some kind of intimate relationship with Yang Kai. However, hearing Su Hui's words, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly as his eyes lit up, jumping to his feet as he shouted, Twins? Did you say twins? Ah! And Su Hui didn't know why Yang Kai reacted so strongly, giving him a strange look as he continued. And according to this old master's observations, those two girls should be cultivating a very secret art, one that connects their two life auras together. Even their individual energy fluctuations are exactly the same. Both of their cultivations seem to be only at the first-order transcendent realm, but when they stand together their innate auras are difficult to ignore. It's really quite strange. Even if they are twins, there should be differences in their life auras and true chi fluctuations. Yang Kai's expression gradually brightened and became radiant while Xianning Chong had also covered her small mouth with her delicate hands, a look of shock and joy flashing across her beautiful eyes. The senior sister and junior brother pair exchanged a glance, both of them having thought of a certain possibility. Where are those two now? Yang Kai asked quickly, at the same time spreading out his divine sense. They are waiting just outside the 9 peaks. Take me to see them. I'm also coming, Xia Ningchong hurriedly declared. Eh? Su Hui was struck speechless again, freezing in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was tagging along to make things difficult for the two young women outside. However, from what Su Hui had seen of her, Xianing Chong didn't seem like such a person. What are gawking at? Yang Kai shouted before flying out together with Xianing Chong. Su Hui quickly collected himself while silently deciding to flee at the first signs of trouble between these 3 women, leaving the Holy Master to deal with the resulting headache. Being loved by beautiful women is not exactly all good. As a seasoned person, Su Hui naturally knew how terrifying women could become once sparks began to fly. Outside the 9 peaks, the 2 young women with graceful figures stood quietly, both of them great beauties with full peaks and slim waists, but despite their similar looks, their temperaments were very different. The one on the left exuded charm while the one on the right seemed more playful. The 2 of them standing there together was quite an eye-catching sight. Many of the Holy Land's disciples who were stationed here as guards were frequently sneaking glances towards these 2. None of them dared stare too long though, only taking a quick peek every now and then when it seemed like they wouldn't be noticed, satisfying their heart's desires before turning away again. Elder sister, these people are really annoying. They won't stop peeking at us. The young woman on the right bit her lip and whispered to her sister to the left. Just ignore them. The young woman on the left shook her head and smiled softly. How many people have already taken a look at us? In any case, we don't lose anything from their stares. Men are all like this, and there are plenty who are even more annoying than this lot. But that person is different. That person? The elder sister's facial expression suddenly became serious as she revealed a reminiscent look. That person left more than 10 years ago, and we haven't heard a single word from him since. We don't even know if the one we came to find here is really him. I think he is. The elder sister glanced over at her little sister and smiled mirthlessly. Although I also hope that's the case, I'm afraid that it's unlikely. According to others, the Holy Master of the 9 Heavens Holy Land is a third-order transcendent. We sister obtained a profound inheritance allowing us to possess our current cultivation, but even if he is fiercer than us, it still seems impossible that his strength could so greatly exceed our own. After all, our cultivation rate is nearly twice as fast as that of ordinary people. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles that he created in the central capital and war city that year? There shouldn't be anything impossible for him. I hope so, but if it really is him, How was he able to become the master of this place after just 10 years? This force is in a completely different league compared to the 8 great families. The elder sister sighed, though she was desperately clinging to hope. Her rational mind was telling her it was hopeless. I wonder what the sex situation is over there, the younger sister said worriedly. No matter what is happening over on that side, there's no way we can return right now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and let him find a solution. And some people are coming. As she was speaking, the elder sister looked up towards the distance and saw 3 figures quickly flying over. The speed of these 3 was extremely fast, and even with her cultivation, she was only able to see a blurry afterimage. When the 3 arrived in front of them, the 2 sisters' eyes lit up as they stared forward in a state of disbelief while feeling like a great burden had finally been lifted from their shoulders. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciples guarding the place bowed respectfully. Great Elder waved his hand and didn't speak, simply standing behind Yang Kai and watching. He found that when Yang Kai saw these 2 girls, he wore a big smile, and although he remained silent, his happiness was obvious, as if he had just reunited with long-separated friends. It really is you, Xianxia exclaimed. Yang Kai. The 2 sisters seemed to be extremely excited, both of them shouting in unison, and then, under the dumbstruck gaze of Great Elder, leapt forward and hugged Yang Kai. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if their thoughts were linked. Surrounded by beautiful women, his arms and chest experiencing an amazingly soft yet elastic sensation. Yang Kai could only stand there, obviously overcome with shock. Too warm. After 10 years of separation, this pair of sisters had become so warm that they had taken the initiative to embrace him, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Xianxia meanwhile just stood nearby and giggled, not showing the slightest bit of unpleasantness. Great Elder turned his eyes towards the sky as if he was admiring the vastness and mystery of the heavens. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai was being hugged by 2 identical twin beauties, while the veiled little senior sister stood nearby and smiled. The Holy Land disciples who were responsible for guarding this place all starred with looks of pure admiration on their faces, all of them thinking that their holy master was a real man with deep and profound methods, even capable of conquering these 2 beautiful sisters. All right, haven't you 2 had enough yet? Yang Kai was on the verge of suffocating, while the amazing softness he felt on his chest was making him feel awkward, so he quickly pinched the 2 young women's waists playfully to get them to release him. The 2 sisters swiftly released Yang Kai and directed bitter stares towards him. What? Yang Kai asked vigilantly. You delivered yourselves on your own. It's not like I was trying to take advantage of you. After not seeing you for so many years, I see you're still as good at annoying others as always. The charming woman snorted. All this time we've been thinking and worrying about your safety, but it turns out you've become a big shot holy master here. It seems all our worries were in vain. You were worried about me? Yang Kai stared at her with a stunned look upon his face. I'm honored. That's wrong. I didn't. It was Mayor who was always thinking of you. The woman's face turned bright red as she let fly a flurry of denials. Elder sister was too. Was not. Good. You don't want to start quarreling as soon as you meet each time. Let's go inside to talk. Xianxia also regained her composure and softly interjected. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the 2 sisters. Come with me. There's no need for you to feel like an outsider here. No thanks? The elder sister snorted, pulling her little sister and Xianxia's hands as she led them into the 9 peaks. Yang Kai shook his head wryly as he stared at their backs, his face gradually becoming serious. The 2 sisters were none other than the Blood Battle Gang's famous Hu sisters, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er. Because Yang Kai had constantly been seeking for information about the central capital during this time, when he heard Great Elder report that a pair of twins had come to see him, he couldn't help thinking about the Hu sisters. Then, as the Great Elder described them, Yang Kai all but confirmed his guess. Back in the Inheritance Heaven's Cave, Yang Kai and Su Yen obtained the ultimate inheritance, the one which belonged to Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Hu sisters also obtained a profound inheritance called the Twin Chi Shared Spirit Divine Art. After cultivating this secret art, The two sisters' auras and true chi fluctuations had become exactly the same. The Hu sisters being here meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm really had been connected, and perhaps something had happened to them. Holy Master! These two girls? Su Hui, who had been on the sidelines the whole time, hesitantly spoke, wanting to probe what the relationship between the twins and Yang Kai was, but also feeling like he was acting too nosy. It's not what you think. Yang Kai shot him a glance. I understand. Su Hui nodded quickly. Inside the 9 peaks, the two sisters walked around and explored their surroundings, constantly exclaiming. Even in Tongxian realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land was considered a top force, so the scenery and aura within the 9 peaks were obviously incomparable to anything the central capital had. Arriving here immediately broadened the two sisters' horizons, making them appear like two country girls who had never seen the big city before. Back in the Holy Master Court, Xianxia helped the two sisters settle in while Yang Kai personally poured tea for them, and Linger also soon came bringing with her a tray of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a very long time, the look of exhaustion on their pretty faces apparent to all and their true chi auras showing signs of overdraft. Upon smelling the spirit fruits, the two of them gulped unconsciously. Hu Jiaoer reached out and unceremoniously took 2 pieces of fruit, handing one to Hu Mei before biting into the one she kept. Yang Kai and Xianxia sat down next to each other and waited for the Hu sisters to restore themselves. After eating several spirit fruits in succession, the two seemed to recover some of their vigor, and Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your travel-worn looks, it seems you've been on the road for quite some time, yes?" The Hu sisters nodded together. "It's been almost 3 months." Yang Kai took a soft breath. "It's been hard for you." Both of them were first-order transcendents, so 3 months of constant travel had no doubt been extremely draining. It was inevitable that they were exhausted. "Yang Kai, you have to hurry back. There may be something happening on that side." Hu Jiaoer suddenly frowned as she spoke anxiously. "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You know?" The Hu sisters stared blankly at him. "To be honest, some things have happened here in the recent period and I have been searching for a way back. It's just that until now I haven't been able to discover any clues, so your arrival is really fortuitous. Tell me carefully about how you got here." The Hu sisters exchanged a look before Hu Jiaoer began explaining. "Do you still not remember where the Inheritance Heavens cave opened? That mine that belonged to my Hu family." "Of course I remember." Yang Kai nodded. "It was 3 or 4 months ago when a strange phenomenon occurred in that place." After listening to Hu Jiaoer's remarks, Yang Kai realized how the two sisters had come to Tongxian realm, and also why they trekked tens of thousands of kilometers to find 9 Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Inheritance Heavens cave once opened, a dark hole suddenly appeared. After receiving notification about this event, the Hu sisters went in to investigate. Currently, in the Blood Battle Gang, and even throughout their entire world, the Hu sisters' strength ranked among the highest. Because they had confidence in their own strength, the Hu sisters weren't afraid of any dangers and boldly entered the dark hole, planning on carefully exploring what lay on the other side. After all, they had already experienced the Inheritance Heavens cave and mistakenly thought that this dark hole was quite similar to the entrance which had appeared that time. Little did they know that the void corridor that appeared this time was actually a pathway leading to Tongxian realm. And so, the two of them accidentally arrived in Tongxian realm. The two sisters searched around for 2 days and soon discovered that they had come to a completely different place than they had expected. They also discovered many traces of cultivator activities and even noticed several masters they could not see through. At that moment, they realized they had arrived in an entirely different world. While preparing to return to Blood Battle Gang though, the sisters discovered to their horror that the entrance they had passed through was already surrounded by cultivators from a certain force. Among the cultivators guarding the entrance, there were many powerful masters. All alone, the two sisters understood they could not approach this place easily, and whenever they tried they were forced to retreat. Under the circumstances, the two of them could only wait nearby hoping to find a chance to sneak through. However, such an opportunity never arrived. At that time, they remembered Yang Kai who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of using medicine to treat a dead horse, went around inquiring about him, hoping that perhaps he too was in this world and that if he was, he could help them return home. Neither of them held out much hope, but they still went around asking. Throughout Tongxian realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation had reached an unparalleled height, and Yang Kai as the master of the Holy Land was equally well known. After inquiring for a while, the sisters found that the age and appearance of Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master were quite similar to the young man they knew, so they immediately rushed over to Nine Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited when they saw Yang Kai was that because he was the Yang Kai they knew. With all the tension and burden weighing down on them for the past few months finally lifted, they even momentarily lost their self-control and clung on to him. I didn't expect that you really were the holy master of this place, but seeing how you are, things should be simple to resolve. Since you command the Holy Land, you must be able to communicate with that force to ensure they don't harm Blood Battle Gang and the other people on that side, right? Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai eagerly, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you still remember the way back? Also, what was the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember the way back. Hu Jiaoer slowly shook her head. This place is far too vast. But I heard from some cultivators back there that the force occupying the way back was called Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple. Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling like he had heard that name somewhere before. That place is not close. And Linger, who had been sitting and listening the whole time, spoke up. These two must have taken a roundabout path, otherwise they should have been able to reach the Holy Land within 2 months from that location. Do you know about that force? Yang Kai turned to look at her. And Linger smiled. Saintesses learn many things. Naturally, that includes the strength and location of the world's important forces. Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple is a relatively powerful force with several Saint Realm Masters, the most powerful one probably having reached the Second Order. Basically on par with the Holy Land. You could say that. And Linger smiled and nodded. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, they are absolutely incomparable with the current Holy Land. Still, they shouldn't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' faces became dignified. In their eyes, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was quite tyrannical, but if it was only equal in strength with Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple, it was uncertain if they could rely on this place's influence to resolve the other side's crisis. Then we'll have to see if they know their limits, if they're willing to back down. Naturally, we won't embarrass them, but if they aren't, what then? Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, his eyes flashing a cold light, like a sharp blade. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes light up as they filled with expectation. This man was just as domineering as he was in the past. Anyone who dared look down on or act hostile towards him would pay a heavy price. The hearts of the two sisters relaxed once again, feeling that as long as Yang Kai acted, they wouldn't need to worry about their sect at all. Yang Kai immediately sent out a divine sense message, and a moment later, the sound of rushing wind filled the hall. The Holy Land's 6 elders and the 4 ancient demon clan leaders simultaneously appeared. Holy Master! Master! All of them bowed as they stared towards Yang Kai seriously. They didn't know why he had suddenly summoned all the high-level members of the Holy Land together, but they faintly smelled an unusual aura. Feeling the tyranny strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters suddenly found themselves having difficulty breathing. Back in their old world, their strength was top-notch, and if they collaborated together, they were nearly invincible. But at this moment they were shocked to discover that even together they were not the match of any single person here. At the same time as they felt shocked, they also felt excited seeing the strength Yang Kai commanded. Master, what matter have you convened all of us here for? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while taking a glance towards the Hu sisters, her beautiful eyes flashing a curious light. With her strength, she could see that although this pair of sisters weren't very strong, but the secret art they cultivated was rather odd. Even if they were twins, they should still have differences in their life auras and true chi fluctuations. The Saint Realm Masters all noticed this peculiar phenomenon and couldn't help taking a second look at the Hu sisters. I need to go out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will accompany me. The 2 great commanders from the ancient demon clan both immediately nodded. In addition, I need another elder who is familiar with the road to act as a guide. Yang Kai declared as he turned to face the Holy Land's 6 elders. Who among you knows the way to free and unfettered Spirit Temple? Subordinate knows the way. Shikuan stepped forward. Then Elder Shikuan will also come with me. Everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, do you have some kind of dispute with free and unfettered Spirit Temple? Su Hui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression was unusually solemn and his tone was cold, causing Su Hui to realize something was wrong. There is no dispute between us as of yet, but there may be in the future, so I need to bring a few masters with me. Then this subordinate will also— Great Elder cannot. Yang Kai interrupted him before he could finish. There must always be someone to assume command in the Holy Land. Great Elder must remain here to handle the sex matters. Su Hui thought about it for a moment and agreed that what Yang Kai said made sense, so he no longer insisted. Little senior sister, you also remain here? Yang Kai turned to Xianxia and said, Treasurer Meng may come back soon. I'll stay here and continue with the alchemy services while waiting for Master to return. Xianxia nodded cleverly. We must go with you, the Hu sisters declared simultaneously. Yang Kai looked at them and upon noticing the determined look on their faces nodded. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei smiled in response. This matter must not be delayed. We leave immediately. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave some simple instructions to the elders and great commanders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle transformed into a streak of blue light and shot off into the distance. The Flying Heavens shuttle was about 10 meters in length and did not have a problem accommodating 7 or 8 people. On top of that, because of the protective barrier of the Flying Heavens shuttle, even at extreme velocities those aboard wouldn't feel the slightest bit of wind. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that carrying so many people caused the amount of strength he needed to consume to operate the shuttle to increase dramatically. Shikuan stood at the forefront of the shuttle and gave directions while the other 5 sat behind him. Along the way, Yang Kai gave a simple explanation to Li Rong and Han Fei about the Hu sisters' origins as well as the purpose of this trip to free and unfettered Spirit Temple, allowing them to understand why he was acting so urgently and prudently. The land where Yang Kai grew up was naturally of great importance to him. Since the door to this mysterious small world was now open, free and unfettered Spirit Temple was free to enter that world and take advantage of the disparity in strength, wantonly oppressing and enslaving the cultivators on the other side. These people were Yang Kai's friends and relatives. How could he allow such a thing to happen? As they flew forward, Shikuan looked back every now and then, his brow furrowing slightly each time. Shikuan, do you have something to say? Yang Kai saw his hesitant appearance and couldn't help asking. Shikuan smiled and replied, It's nothing important. I just thought the aura of these 2 girls is quite consistent. Naturally, it's because they have cultivated a very special secret art. So it's like that. Shikuan scratched his head. If it weren't for what Holy Master had said about their origins, I would have thought they were disciples of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, vaguely recalling this force. Back in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had left Dragon Valley, his master, Ling Jian, once said that they would take refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. Senior, why would you think we came from Twin Spirit Pavilion? Hu Jiao asked. Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion there are many twins like you. Shikuan smiled and explained. That force is very special. The disciples they recruit are exclusively twins, so their sect is not very large. But because of their special cultivation technique, each pair of twins, when fighting together, can fight opponents above their individual cultivation realms. When they cultivate their secret art to the extreme, even their life auras and chi fluctuations gradually become similar to one another. However, it's not to the extent of you 2 young ladies where there is essentially no difference at all. When I was young, I went out for life experience and met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I know a little something about their sect. It was because of this that I thought you 2 were from there. We've never heard of that sect before. Hu Jiao smiled and shook her head. The two sisters had only arrived in Tongxian realm a few months ago and had been constantly traveling since then. Naturally, they didn't know much about this world and its various forces. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought about something, asking a moment later, Elder Shi Kuan, did Twin Spirit Pavilion used to be very powerful? They're not too formidable. Although they have a Saint Realm Master assuming command, their overall strength is not very high. Oh yes, those two brothers I once met said that many years ago Twin Spirit Pavilion was a top force, but for some reason, their core inheritance was lost and they slowly declined as a result. As for whether those words are true or not, I do not know. Their inheritance was lost? Hu Jiao'er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shining a profound light, apparently also thinking of something. Yang Kai also had basically determined that the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art the Hu sisters were cultivating originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Their situation was quite similar to that of Su Yen and his own, having obtained an ancient inheritance. This would also explain why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a close relationship. The two sects were once top forces in Tongxian realm that had close ties, but at a certain point they both lost their core inheritances. Naturally, they felt a sense of camaraderie. If there's a chance, we'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion, Hu Jiao'er whispered, obviously curious about this force. When we finish dealing with that side's matters, I'll bring you there, Yang Kai said. Hu Jiao'er nodded before suddenly leaning over and whispering into Yang Kai's ear. Right, Yang Kai? These people you've brought with you? What is their cultivation realms? Why can I not see their depths at all? The Saint Realm. Saint Realm? The Hu sisters stared at him blankly. Above the Transcendent Realm is the Saint Realm, Li Rong explained with a smile. You two are now First-Order Transcendents, and it also seems you're not far away from the Second Order. From there the next step is the Third Order, and upwards from there is the Saint Realm. It looks like the world in which Master was born there are no Saint Realm Masters. Forget about saints. Until recently we didn't even know the proper name of the Transcendent Realm. 10 years ago it was only known as the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai said with some slight embarrassment. What is above the Saint Realm? Hu Mei-er asked, her bright, beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Above the Saint Realm? Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and shook their heads slowly, Li Rong smiling as she said, We don't know. No one has ever exceeded the Saint Realm. The Hu sisters both fell silent. It seemed that learning about the existence of Saint Realm had given them quite a shock. So they needed some time to slowly digest this information while trying to adjust their worldview. Back in their previous world, when the two of them joined forces, they were nearly invincible, but after coming here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they could not match. This change in perspective, going from strong to weak, had a huge impact on their perception. They had to carefully re-examine themselves from the perspective of the Tongxian realm. For most of the journey, everyone remained silent with the exception for Yang Kai asking Shi Kuan about free and unfettered spirit temples details. 2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully examining their surroundings. Hu Jiao'er called out a moment later, I remember that town down below. Mayor and I arrived here 2 days after we first set out. What direction did you walk from? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao'er looked around carefully before pointing a certain direction. That way. The blue light flashed again. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw a void corridor entrance floating a few meters off the ground up ahead. Around the void corridor, there were many cultivators waiting and watching the entrance while guarding their surroundings. Once anyone got close, these guards would immediately expel them. It's here. Hu Mei-er bit her red lips and shouted. Elder sister and I came from here. Yang Kai gently nodded and landed the Flying Heavens shuttle, allowing the group of 6 to disembark before they walked the rest of the ways. Master, there are 5 Saint Realm Masters guarding this place, but all of them are only at the First Order, so there is nothing to worry about. Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly determined the number and realm of the masters present. It looks like it's not just free and unfettered spirit temple here, Shi Kuan said thoughtfully. They should have brought in some helpers. I see at least 3 different forces here. Yang Kai nodded. That side is a big piece of meat. No single force would be able to eat it all. What do we do? Li Rong inquired quietly. First use courtesy, then use force. Yang Kai quickly said. The group of 6's arrival obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators guarding the entrance, all of them turning their gazes towards these newcomers. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 people narrowed their eyes and secretly began condensing their strength, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. One of them hesitated a moment before slowly walking out and blocking the way, raising his hand and shouting, "Stop! This mysterious small world was discovered by my free and unfettered spirit temple. Please look elsewhere." Because the entrances to all the world's mysterious small worlds had opened. Basically every force and every cultivator had been out searching for them, hoping they got lucky. Quite often, the sects that first discovered such a void corridor would send disciples to guard the entrance and prevent outsiders from approaching. Powerful forces naturally wanted to obtain all the benefits inside the mysterious small worlds they discovered, and free and unfettered spirit temple had such ability. The entrance the Hu sisters had come through was not far from free and unfettered spirit temple, so naturally the latter was the first to lay claim to it. As for the small families and sects nearby, they could only enviously eye this void corridor, as none of them dared infringe upon free and unfettered spirit temple. Facing the shouting of the Saint Realm cultivator, Yang Kai and others paused. Before determining what the situation was on the other side, Yang Kai did not intend to stir up trouble. The Saint Realm cultivator slightly nodded, seemingly quite satisfied by their response, crossing his arms as he called out, "Please withdraw, this is my free and unfettered spirit temple's territory. If you wish to enter mysterious small worlds to seek for opportunities, I suggest you search elsewhere. I apologize for the inconvenience, but that is how it is." As he spoke, he paid special attention to use polite language, apparently aware of the great strength Li Rong and the others possessed, thus treating them with respect. If not for this, he would have simply shooed them away. Shi Kuan stepped forward and cupped his fists politely. "How may I address this friend?" Sizing up Shi Kuan, the Saint Realm Masters frowned and replied somewhat unwillingly, "Free and unfettered spirit temples Yu Chun." Shi Kuan wore a smile and let out a laugh. "So it is Brother Yu. My sincerest greetings." Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered spirit temple's territory?" "This one is 9 Heavens Holy Lands, Shi Kuan." 9 Heavens Holy Land? A burst of exclamations rose from the nearby cultivators, all of them turning their attention towards here as Yu Chun carefully scrutinized Shi Kuan once again, trying to determine if he was lying. 9 Heavens Holy Land's current reputation was world-shaking, so it was difficult for all of them to not care. When the old Holy Master passed away, a new one soon succeeded him. However, this new Holy Master was little more than a brat who colluded with demons, but before he could be put in his place, a profound alchemy grandmaster suddenly emerged from the Holy Land. All kinds of rumors swirled about raising the Holy Land's fame to never-before-seen heights. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, "Could this be the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land?" When he saw Shi Kuan walking over, the latter had stood behind Yang Kai and his attitude was very respectful, so naturally Yu Chun had some suspicions. "This is indeed our Holy Master." Shi Kuan nodded. "So it is Holy Master Yang. No wonder you looked so familiar." Yu Chun smiled strangely. "Have we met somewhere?" Yang Kai knit his brow as he stared at him. Holy Master Yang is a lofty character, so it is only natural you do not remember a minor person like me. But Holy Master Yang should at least remember my sect's temple master, Wu Zhang, yes? Wu Zhang. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled even more, but after thinking about it for a time he suddenly remembered. That Wu Zhang I saw outside the 9 Peaks at that time? More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to 9 Heavens Holy Land. This large group of demons flying through the human territory had attracted a great many human race masters, all of whom had gathered together to tail Yang Kai and his group. It was outside the 9 Peaks that Yang Kai and Li Rong went to negotiate with this group of masters. At that time, there were 3 people who stepped forward to speak with Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi from Veiled Heaven Palace. Another was Mistlock Tower's Fang Yubai, and the last one was Wu Zhang of Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple. These three were all second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that when Chu Yi and Fang Yu Bai heard the ancient demon clan swear on great demon god's name to not commit any atrocities, they had quickly left while only Wu Zhang looked unwilling. Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him. Indeed, Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Holy Master Yang is still young, his memory is quite good. I had thought Holy Master Yang would feign ignorance here, but it seems you do still remember my sect's temple master. Listening to him, Shi Kuan's face expression became gloomy. He didn't know what happened, but as soon as Yu Chun learned about Yang Kai's identity, it seemed as though he was intentionally trying to provoke him. Of course I remember you, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the Holy Land should thank your temple master for his care. Even before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, we were indebted to your for promoting our reputation. What is Holy Master Yang referring to? Yu Chun's complexion paled for an instant before he composed himself and shook his head. I don't understand. Oh? I believe you're quite clear about what I mean. Yang Kai smiled coldly. Some time ago, many cultivators had inexplicably been loitering just outside the Holy Land with the excuse of trying to find artifacts. Obviously someone had been pulling strings to make this happen. Yang Kai had suspected that it was Wu Zhang who was plotting behind the scenes, and seeing Yu Chun's reaction just now, he immediately affirmed his guess. However, for such a minor matter, Yang Kai was disinclined to further investigate. Yu Chun seemed to sense there was no need to continue discussing this issue and immediately changed the subject. Tell me, Holy Master Yang, why have you brought your Holy Land's elder to my free and unfettered spirit temple's land? Also, if I am not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, yes. A demon? The cultivators guarding the entrance to the void corridor all paled as they turned their attention to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Holy Master Yang is quite courageous, daring to collude with evil demons and even openly associating with them. Do you really look down on my human race so? As Yu Chun shouted indignantly, the other four saints present also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons could not coexist, no matter whether they and Li Rong had any personal hatred between them. The simple fact that she was a demon who appeared in human territory was enough for them to wish to condemn her to death. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he declared, I didn't come here to embarrass you. I only wish to enter that entrance. So just because you say you want to enter, we must let you? Yu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Strong dragons don't press local snakes. Do not think my free and unfettered spirit temple fears your 9 heavens holy land. Don't you think you're acting too arrogantly, Holy Master Yang? Whether you fear me or not is none of my concern. I must enter that void corridor. If you dare to block my path, I'll remove you by force. Yang Kai coldly snorted, taking a big step forward towards the pitch-black entrance. Yu Chun's face also grew cold as he shot a glance to the other 4 saints on his side. The 5 masters all stepped forward as well, lining up in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as Yu Chun shouted, Holy Master Yang, if you dare proceed any further, don't blame us for. Halfway through his words, though, Yu Chun's expression contorted, as if a giant invisible hand was gripping his throat, causing him to be unable to speak. Shuddering in fear, cold sweat began dripping down his forehead. As his eyes filled with panic, Yu Chun hesitantly glanced over at the nearby demon race woman. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman was somewhat strong. But as soon as she began targeting him with her aura, Yu Chun discovered that against her, he was completely incapable of resisting. Even if he joined hands with his 4 comrades, they wouldn't even be capable of laying a finger on her. This woman was no doubt a top-ranked third-order saint. Realizing this, Yu Chun's complexion went from blue to white. Yang Kai continued stepping forward, and just as he passed by Yu Chun, he glanced over and flatly said, If I proceed further, you'll what? Yu Chun couldn't move or even speak, so how was he supposed to answer? Hu Jiao'er laughed happily, a smile of satisfaction appearing on her face, quite enjoying the feeling of the fox taking advantage of the tiger. When she and Hu Mei-er wanted to return from here for a few months ago, they had been mercilessly expelled by these free and unfettered spirit temple disciples. making her feel quite indignant. Seeing Yang Kai act so domineering like this now allowed her to dispel a fair bit of suppressed anger. Powerful men always had a unique appeal to them, causing her eyes to flash subtly. Not long after, Yang Kai's group arrived in front of the void corridor. The cultivators gathered around, barely having the composure to remain standing, much less oppose them. At that moment, though, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared towards the void corridor a few meters up in the air. The void corridor entrance suddenly flashed a bright light and distorted slightly, with a number of figures soon emerging from it. The ones in the lead were disciples of free and unfettered Spirit Temple, all of them quickly gathering around near the void corridor's entrance, each of them wearing a delighted expression, seemingly in a very good mood. A moment later, more people emerged from the entrance one after another. However, this group of people was clearly distressed and dispirited, their strength obviously having been sealed. After coming out of the void corridor, these prisoners didn't even bother looking around, dim and helpless expressions on their face, as if they had lost all hope. Hurry up! What are just standing around for? The free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples who had come through first immediately began shouting and reprimanding them, reaching over and tossing their prisoners to the ground unceremoniously. Pung pung pung. One by one, these imprisoned cultivators hit the ground and let out screams of pain. The Hu sisters covered their mouths and shouted, "They're Storm Hall's disciples!" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression quickly became frigid. "This bitch is quite nice, ha ha ha." Another woman walked out from the void corridor, her stature petite but her curves quite luscious, drawing the attention of a free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciple who leered at her obscenely. A young man who was following right after the young woman heard this and quickly stepped out in front of her, glaring back at the laughing free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciple. "Dui Shuang, Fang Ziji," Yang Kai shouted. The young woman who came out first was actually Storm Hall's junior sister, due back inside the Inheritance Heaven's Cave. Yang Kai and her had worked together for a time. Naturally, the one protecting her was the first disciple of Storm Hall, Fang Ziji. After so many years, Fang Ziji had also reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. However, such cultivation was still not enough to contend with the disciples of free and unfettered Spirit Temple, not to mention his strength was currently still sealed. Fang Ziji's attitude obviously annoyed the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciple, who quickly reached out and grabbed him before ruthlessly tossing Fang Ziji away, causing the latter to tumble several times before slamming into the ground. Barbarian disciples, don't get too cocky. The free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciple acted as if this was all just a trivial matter, turning around in the next instant and rushing over towards Yu Chun and respectfully cupping his fists. "Elder Yu, Religion Master ordered me to bring this group of prisoners back first and told me to let you arrange their placement. Religion Master said that although these people's cultivation is poor, they will still make decent slave laborers for digging in the mines and carrying goods. On top of that, there are a lot of beautiful women who can be given to the more outstanding disciples as rewards." Elder Yu, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciple, made his report but soon discovered that Elder Yu wasn't responding, or for that matter moving at all, so he couldn't help feeling something was off. When he looked up though, he saw Elder Yu sweating profusely, appearing quite distressed, causing the disciple to wonder what exactly had happened. At the entrance of the void corridor, the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned and brought through all had dim eyes, each of them feeling intense shame and disgrace. At the same time, the disciple of free and unfettered Spirit Temple stood in front of Yu Chun but found that this elder showed no reaction at all, causing him quite a bit of confusion. "Your religion master said all that?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at this disciple. "Who are you?" The disciple turned his eyes towards Yang Kai but failing to recognize him wrinkled his brow. Yang Kai simply grinned. "Who I am doesn't matter. I asked you, did your religion master order you to capture and bring back this group of people? That's right, is there something wrong with that? This group of barbarians is quite unruly. They even foolishly tried to resist, but after killing some of them they became obedient." The disciple replied calmly. He saw Yang Kai standing here and simply assumed he was a guest of his Spirit Temple, so naturally he spoke a few words. "Is that so?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his eyes filling with sharp, cold light. "Master." seemingly feeling his murderous intent. Li Rong's expression also became icy as she asked for instructions. "Kill them all," Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded and without a word, pushed their demonic qi emerged and shrouded the entire surrounding in pitch-black darkness. Everyone suddenly felt the cold grip of death reach out and grasp them in that instant, their hearts tightening in their chest and nearly stopping all on their own. There were no sounds of fighting and no one screamed in terror. 10 breaths later, the darkness which seemed to obscure all light dissipated, returning everyone's stolen vision. But now, all the cultivators associated with free and unfettered spirit temples stood stiff, their vitality completely gone, each of them staring blankly into space, fear plastered all over their faces as if they had witnessed the most terrifying nightmare just before they died. The 5 First-Order Saints were far stronger than the rest and managed to survive, winding up being imprisoned by Li Rong. When he came to his senses again, Yu Chun stared towards Yang Kai and grit his teeth. "You really?" It seemed as if he had not realized how vicious Yang Kai was until this moment, refusing to exchange any words before decisively ordering all of their deaths. Achacha! A cracking sound rang out as the 5 saints, one by one, were frozen, instantly transforming into ice sculptures. Han Fei waved her hand a moment later and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures shattered into millions of tiny pieces that scattered in the wind. The disciples of Storm Hall who had just come out of the void corridor were all terrified by this scene, each of them staring on with pale faces. They fully understood the power of these cultivators who had captured them. But now, these seemingly irresistible enemies had actually been effortlessly slaughtered by this new group, as if they were mere ants. How astonishing was the strength of these new people. In their panic, they all unconsciously turned their gazes towards Yang Kai and his group. Soon, however, many of the Storm Hall disciples' eyes flashed with amazement. "It's the Hu family sisters. Then are these people helpers they've found? Hey, that young man in the lead, doesn't he look familiar? And I also think he's somewhat familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before." Whispers began spreading around the Storm Hall disciples as some of them vigorously bowed towards the Hu sisters, thanking them earnestly while many others stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, some of them even recognizing his identity, causing great storms to rage in their heads and hearts. Nearby, Du Yishuang supported Fang Ziji and slowly helped him up. Yang Kai walked over to the pair with a smile on his face. After finally seeing his appearance, Junior Sister Du couldn't help covering her mouth and crying out in shock while Fang Ziji stood dumbstruck, his jaw falling slack as he stared straight at Yang Kai like he was seeing a ghost. "Brother Fang, it's been a long time." Yang Kai came up to him and nodded, waving his hand lightly to unlock Fang Ziji's sealed true qi. Fang Ziji didn't say anything and simply stared back at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly whispering, "Shuanger, pinch me." "Why do you want me to pinch you?" Du Yishuang asked back in confusion. "I want to know if I'm dreaming right now." Du Yishuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior brother, you're not dreaming. So what you mean to say is, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai. Who else would I be?" Yang Kai happily quipped, his previous gloomy mood instantly being swept away as he let out a hearty laugh. "Brother Yang, you've finally returned." Fang Ziji couldn't help revealing a relieved expression, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, reaching out and firmly grasping Yang Kai's shoulders in the next instant as he hurriedly said, "You must return back to High Heaven Pavilion quickly. Our 3 sects are even now being oppressed." Yang Kai nodded as he narrowed his eyes. "That's exactly why I came. We can talk later. It's not safe here. You'll all have to come back with me." Fang Ziji nodded heavily as he clenched his teeth. "And I truly must go back." Li Rong waved her hand and a gentle force spread out around her, unshackling all the Storm Hall disciples and allowing them to regain the use of their strength. "Han Fei, you and Elder Shikuan bring up the rear. Li Rong and I will go on ahead," Yang Kai said before flying towards the void corridor together with Li Rong. Another free and unfettered spirit temple disciple flew out from the void corridor, but before he could grasp the situation, his vision was filled with a giant palm, and in the next instant, he directly burst into a bloody fog. Bathed in fresh blood, Yang Kai's murderous intent flared up as he plunged into the void corridor. After feeling the familiar sense of vertigo, a light flashed before their eyes and Yang Kai and Li Rong found themselves above a small mine. It was Blood Battle Gang's old Yang Flame Stone Mine. There were many people gathered around, divided into 3 general groups. Standing midair, Yang Kai swept his eyes around and immediately confirmed that these 3 groups were composed of cultivators from the 3 sects. All of them had their true chi and spiritual energy sealed. The closest ones to the void corridor was the cultivators from Storm Hall, who were even now being unwillingly corralled towards the black entrance by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples. The cultivators from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were waiting nearby. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces among the High Heaven Pavilion group. The disciples from Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple had very poor attitudes towards the cultivators from the 3 sects. At this moment, several elders of the High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be loudly shouting towards several Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple disciples, but the only response they received were spiked whips across their chests and faces. The several elders were shielding a young man behind them. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only had his strength been sealed, he was also physically tied up and countless wounds covered his body as he sat on the ground. Despite all his cuts and bruises, the young man was glaring back at the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples, his eyes bloodshot but apparently unable to hit back. Su Mu. Yang Kai's brow furrowed upon seeing him. Although he didn't know why Su Mu was receiving such harsh treatment, that didn't stop his blood from boiling as he rapidly condensed his strength into a great spear that he immediately threw out. Xiao! Before the sound even reached him, the heaven-punishing spear had directly impaled one of the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples who were lashing the High Heaven Pavilion elders. The violent power of the spear tore this disciple's body apart, splattered his flesh and blood all over, while also sending out a wave of destructive energy. The other Spirit Temple disciples were unable to react to this sudden and unexpected development and were instantly hit by this shockwave, all of them falling over dead without even knowing how they died. This burst of noise caused everyone in the surroundings to fall silent as all eyes turned upwards. In the dark of night, a giant full moon hung high up in the sky. In front of this silver moon stood a tall figure, the cold wind blowing through his clothes while a silent and oppressive pressure radiated from him. Who goes there? Several voices called out as a number of transcendent realm cultivators flew up into the sky, soaring towards Yang Kai. Pu piu piu. A few muffled thuds rang out as the transcendents who had flown up were knocked down hard to the ground, all of dying instantly. From the void corridor, Fang Ziji flew out and immediately stood next to Yang Kai, his true chi surging up as he shouted, "Yang Kai has come back! Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards!" As he shouted, he released his own martial skill towards a nearby enemy. One Stormhouse cultivator appeared from the void corridor behind Fang Ziji, each of them like a rampaging wild beast, as they launched fierce attacks all around. Yang Kai came back? The 3 sex cultivators were momentarily stunned but were quickly awoken by the sound of fighting erupting all around them, turning burning gazes towards the young man in front of the moon, trying to use their own eyes to confirm whether this person was really the Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. After a brief moment, cheers resounded as the 3 sex cultivators all leapt madly towards the Spirit Temple disciples around them. With their true chi and spiritual energy still sealed, they simply used their fists and feet like ordinary mortals to attack the free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples. Li Rong helped them, Yang Kai shouted before his figure flickered and he condensed his true chi, rushing into the enemy camp. The free and unfettered Spirit Temple disciples were dumbstruck, none of them able to understand why this crowd of barbarians had suddenly gone berserk after hearing that Yang Kai came back. Who was this Yang Kai to them? There weren't many cultivators from free and unfettered Spirit Temple here, and the only transcendents among them had been killed in Yang Kai's opening attack. The rest were nothing but ordinary disciples with insignificant strength. After less than 30 breaths, before Shikuan and Han Fei who were bringing up the rear had even arrived, all the free and unfettered Spirit Temple cultivators had been killed. Bodies were strewn everywhere and blood flowed like a river, but the three sect cultivators all wore ecstatic expressions as their eyes darted around the crowd, seemingly looking for someone. A moment later, everyone's eyes were cast in one direction. On the other side of their vision was Xianxia, who was walking towards the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fifth Elder Yu Zizai. Except for Fourth Elder Zhou, who had been killed by the Demon Lord, all the elders were present. Each of the elders had a look of shock and disbelief on their faces, and it wasn't until Xianxia stood right in front of them and greeted them that they came to their senses and nodded strongly. Wei Shitong teared up as he said, "Good, good. Since you've returned, the sect can be saved." Xianxia stared at him deeply and replied in a dejected tone, "Disciple has arrived late, forcing several elder and the sect to endure much injustice." No, you're not too late, not at all. You're just in time." Su Xianwu wiped his eyes and said gratefully. In their darkest moment, Xianxia had crossed worlds and appeared before them, instantly helping them resolve the crisis, just like more than a decade ago. The memory of those events all resurfaced in everyone's mind, and although much had changed since then, all of them still held absolute confidence in Xianxia. It was as if as long as he was here, even if the sky was to fall, they wouldn't need to worry about anything. Brother-in-law, Su Mu, with his hands still bound, stood up unsteadily as he grinned widely towards Xianxia, obviously a little embarrassed but more excited than anything else after slightly more than a decade. Su Mu had actually reached the first-order transcendent realm. Xianxia's expression brightened as he patted Su Mu on his shoulder, laughing happily as he nodded. "It's been too long. It seems your strength has grown well since we last met." As Xianxia said so, he swiftly cut the ropes binding Su Mu and broke the seal on his cultivation. Su Mu's growth was even more rapid than Fang Ziji's, probably a result of the benefits he obtained in the Inheritance Heavens Cave. Su Mu also encountered some kind of opportunity in the Inheritance Heavens Cave, but no one knew exactly what that opportunity was. Moreover, Xianxia had given Su Yan a large quantity of myriad drug liquid, so, as her little brother, Su Mu clearly received a portion as well, which helped him improve his physique and aptitude. Given all this, growing to such a height in 10 years was not unexpected. "What about elder sister? Did she come back with you?" Su Mu looked around, but not discovering Su Yan's figure among the crowd. He couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. "No, but don't worry. Su Yan is now in a very safe place," Xianxia reassured him. Hearing this, Su Mu nodded. As Xianxia spoke to these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the other saints lifted the seals from all the three sects cultivators, restoring their strength. Many people showed looks of pleasant surprise and excitement. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who were also familiar with Xianxia, couldn't help shouting happily. Their strength had not risen by much, not even reaching the immortal ascension boundary yet, still lingering around the true element boundary. After all, they didn't obtain the opportunities or possess the aptitude of Su Mu and Xianxia, so their lifetime prospects were somewhat limited. "What about Grand Master?" Xianxia frowned upon noticing that Ling Tai Su was nowhere to be seen, asking worriedly. "Former sect master went to the central capital to request reinforcements a few months ago, but the situation in central capital is probably also..." Su Xianwu explained. "Former sect master?" Xianxia raised a brow. "Who is sect master now?" Su Mu laughed and pointed at himself. Xianxia looked at him with amazement but soon gently nodded. With Su Mu's current strength, he was indeed qualified to become sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. After all, none of the other elders had arrived at the transcendent realm yet. Su Mu said with a bitter face, "You don't know how troublesome this has been, brother-in-law. Since you left, sect master started traveling around the world, not paying any attention to the sect's matters. But he suddenly came back a few years ago and passed the position of sect master to me without even asking if I agreed or not. Ha! No wonder you were tied up and beaten black and blue. Your special treatment was a result of your special status." Xianxia laughed. "Don't you laugh at me, brother?" Su Mu scratched his head. "How could I even compare with you? Right, brother-in-law, what is your cultivation level now? Why is it I feel like I can't completely understand you?" "Third order transcendent." "What?" Everyone who heard this called out in shock. Ling Tai Su was now only a second-order transcendent, a true hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face. In recent years, the Hu sisters had actually become known as the world's first masters, but even they were just first-order transcendents, yet now Yang Kai had actually arrived at the third-order transcendent realm. When he had left the central capital 10 years ago, he was only an immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. This rate of growth was simply horrifying. Then what about my elder sister? She shouldn't be any worse, right? Sumu asked excitedly. She too should be a third-order transcendent. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But I haven't seen her for a number of years, so I can't say for certain. After a brief pause, Yang Kai asked, "What is the situation right now in the sect? Has it been occupied?" Sumu said with a bitter smile. Not only has High Heaven Pavilion been taken over, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall has also been occupied. There weren't many people who come, a few hundred at most, but there were a number of extremely powerful masters among them. We couldn't even put up a resistance. Everyone began chaotically explaining the current situation. Similar to Yang Kai's guess, the entrance to this world appeared near free and unfettered Spirit Temple, so naturally, they had sent people to investigate. When they discovered the vastness and potential wealth of this place, they immediately sent a large number of cultivators, led by a few masters to suppress the nearby forces, capturing all the cultivators of High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang. In order to ensure that they could fully swallow this big piece of meat, Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple also invited 2 or 3 other forces to help out. Then, using this place as a beachhead, they began spreading out. All this occurred more than a month ago, so the central capital's current situation was unknown. The people here had not heard any useful news, but given the strength of these enemies, it was likely the central capital would be unable to put up any kind of resistance. If that was not the case, Ling Tai Su would have already returned. The most likely scenario was that Ling Tai Su has also encountered some kind of misfortune. The 3 sects had revolted several times, but each time they tried to fight back, many of them would be killed as punishment. They don't even see us as human beings. Killing or torturing us is all a matter of their mood. Many people were slaughtered by them without any reason at all, like they were butchering pigs or dogs for sport. Sumu ground his teeth angrily. Many female disciples from Blood Battle Gang were also humiliated by those damn animals, who man also cursed indignantly. His words immediately caused the Hu sisters' mood to turn gloomy. Fortunately, when the Void Corridor first opened, they had gone in to explore it. Otherwise, forget about finding Yang Kai and bringing back reinforcements. It was quite likely they would have suffered such a terrible fate. Nephew Yang, what are you planning to do? We'll follow your lead. Storm Hall's master, Xiao Ruohan, came up to and said to Yang Kai, "Are they so despicable?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Good. I didn't want to make too big a deal out of this, but since they choose to act so inhuman, there's no need to have any scruples, Li Rong." "Master!" Li Rong shouted, feeling a tinge of anger as well, listening to everything that had happened, her shoulders rising and falling menacingly. "You and Han Fei sweep the surrounding area. Kill all the enemies in the 3 nearby forces, and don't let a single one off." "Yes." Li Rong responded firmly before she and Han Fei shot off, disappearing in the blink of any eye. The surrounding crowd of people were all dumbfounded, and before they could respond, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. "Nephew Yang, you mustn't act rashly." Xiao Ruohan was shocked and quickly tried to object. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so hot-headed, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly ordering an attack. Among those people there are a number of extremely powerful masters. That's right, they have more than a dozen transcendents, many of whom are second or third order. I even heard that there was a master among them who has reached the Saint Realm, some kind of level beyond even the Transcendent Realm. Hu Man also advised, "You letting those 2 young women go out on their own is too rash." "Saint Realm?" Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. "Don't worry. Even if there is a Saint Realm master among them, he certainly won't be a match for those 2. What is the cultivation of those 2 ladies?" Wei Shitong trembled as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Both of them are also Saint Realm cultivators, but they're significantly stronger than the enemy. Forget about one enemy saint, Even if there were 100, they wouldn't necessarily be those two's opponents. Everyone was stunned silent again, each and every one of them staring towards Xianxia as if he was some kind of monster. Without even mentioning his own cultivation, which had grown from the immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage to 3rd order transcendent realm in just over 10 years, a miracle in and of itself, he had actually brought back these two unfathomable women as well. From how the woman who spoke addressed Xianxia and from her attitude towards him, it was obviously Xianxia held an absolutely superior position and was able to order them about at will. However, not only did neither of them complain, they even obediently followed his commands. Wasn't their strength much higher than Xianxia's own? Why were they willing to obey his orders like this? This strange phenomenon confused everyone, leaving them unable to even guess what was happening. Clever daughters. Hu Man quietly came up to the Hu sisters and whispered, "From the looks of it, you two have a hard path ahead of you. Why's that?" Hu Mei turned a suspicious look towards her father. Hu Man continued, "Those two ladies are both incredibly strong and beautiful. On top of that, they obey whatever they're told. There's no place where you're comparable to them right now. Why do we need to compare ourselves with them?" Hu Mei became more and more confused. Hu Jiao thoughts turned quickly and soon understood. Ruthlessly glaring towards Hu Man, and she said, "You talk too much." Hu Man chuckled and said, "Isn't it normal for a father to worry about his two daughters' lifelong happiness? Such a good opportunity shouldn't be missed. And father will support you no matter what. So make sure you find an opening and seize the initiative. You mustn't act too passive. Men like him never lack women around him." Hu Mei finally clued in and coyly muttered, What are you talking about?" Hu Jiao wore a smile that didn't reach her eyes as she flatly said, "If you still want someone to take care of you in your old age, I suggest you shut your mouth." Fine. Pretend I didn't say anything." Hu Man immediately sighed and kept silent, wondering how, after all the hard work he and his wives had done, he had only been granted these two daughters. Why couldn't he have been blessed with a son like Xianxia too, instead of just these two unfilial daughters? Xianxia finished his reunion with his old acquaintances from High Heaven Pavilion and suddenly called out, "You can all return to your sects now. If you still feel unsafe though, you can come to High Heaven Pavilion temporarily. Sumu, will there be any problem accommodating the 3 sex populations for a while?" Sumu thought about it seriously and replied, "It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze everyone in, but the living conditions may be somewhat bad." "That's fine, Hall Master Xiao, Sect Master Hu. I'll leave the decision about coming to High Heaven Pavilion up to you. I'll advance first with the pavilion's elders," Xianxia declared before heading towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan exchanged a quick glance before quickly keeping up. The invasion of Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple had left them traumatized, and the only way they could feel at ease right now was to follow Xianxia. All the foreign enemies inside High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall were swept away. Facing Li Rong and Han Fei, how could these ordinary Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple cultivators resist? Before they even figured out what was happening, they had been violently killed. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. Just before they died, these cultivators might have been humiliating the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall these past few months. If they were to face such torture, no path to heaven or road to hell, only endless despair and the earnest wish for death to come even a moment sooner. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei stood on an empty field in the middle of High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was really the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, so it was really a mystery how a monstrosity like Xianxia emerged from here. Not all of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were taken to the Void Corridor entrance. A large part still remained behind in the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei struck like lightning and eliminated all the free and unfettered spirit troops, shocking all the remaining disciples, leaving them wondering who these mysterious women who saved and freed them were. A moment later, a large group of people rushed in from the sect's main entrance, and upon seeing the ones in the lead, the remaining High Heaven Pavilion disciples started shouting excitedly, "It's Sect Master and the Elders! They came back! Hey! Isn't the guy walking next to sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai. Cheers resounded as all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, who had only a moment ago been in the midst of despair, rushed over from all directions, tears streaming down their faces as they greeted these people. Su Mu spoke in a firm yet gentle voice to calm the excitement of his many fellow brothers and sisters. Brother-in-law, and senior brother Yang has returned, so there's no need to worry about that pack of animals anymore. Instead, it is their turn to fear. Together, we'll kill them all. Kill them all. Many disciples echoed Su Mu's call. Among the spirited crowds, though, there was one person whose face paled as he quickly tried to hide himself, preparing to sneak away. Su Mu's eyes suddenly glanced over at that moment and he shouted, "Senior brother Xie, where do you want to go?" The High Heaven Pavilion disciples all fell silent upon hearing these words and turned their eyes in the direction Su Mu was staring, their gazes all landing on Xie Hongchun. Looks of despise and revulsion were cast towards Xie Hongchun, causing his face to fill with shame and embarrassment. The several elders of High Heaven Pavilion also shook their heads and sighed, all of them revealing disappointed look. Senior brother Xie? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he glanced over at Xie Hongchun. Senior brother Xie had originally been the second strongest member of the sect's younger generation, only surpassed by Su Yan. He had also had many conflicts with Yang Kai long ago. However, as Yang Kai grew stronger and stronger, he had gradually forgotten about this person. Right now, though, seeing the looks in the eyes of the sect elders, brothers, and sisters, Yang Kai faintly understood he had committed some kind of unforgivable sin. After so many years, Xie Hongchun had also grown to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage, not too low nor too high. Senior brother Xie. Su Mu sneered lightly as he slowly walked towards him, gnashing his teeth audibly. My High Heaven Pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply indebted to all the care you've shown us these past few months. Junior brother Su. If you'll let me explain. Xie Hongchun retreated step by step as he felt the murderous intent pouring out of Su Mu's body, wrapping him in a cold chill like the icy grip of death. Does trash like you think yourself worthy to call me junior brother? Su Mu shouted. Sect master. Xie Hongchun's legs went soft and he immediately kneeled on the ground, pleading miserably. Senior brother has not forgotten where his loyalties lie. I only surrendered to those bastards and agreed to work for them, enduring such great humiliation, to show the enemy weakness while searching for a way to rescue everyone. Endured humiliation? Su Mu suddenly laughed. All I saw was senior brother Xie obeying the orders of those bastards like a loyal dog, offering up all the sect's secrets of your own will, while even ruthlessly killing your junior brother Wei to prove your loyalty. Junior brother's son also died at your hands, did he not? Don't even try to deny it. Many people here witnessed your despicable betrayal with their own eyes. Xie Hongchun was struck speechless and aware of Su Mu's increasing murderous intent. He began to panic. Quickly turning to the elders, Xie Hongchun kowtowed and cried, Elders, disciple knows his wrong. Please spare this disciple's life. In response, the fourth elder just stared back at him coldly, with Wei Shitong shouting, Spare your life? I, more than anyone, wish I could cut you into 1,000 pieces. Xie Hongchun, you have disappointed this old master far too much. This old master once regarded you as the sect's future hope, but you turned out you're nothing but a vicious, spineless, ungrateful traitor. This old master was truly blind. The other three elders also began emitting killing intent. In a sense, the person in front of them was even more hateful than those foreign enemies. He had to die. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang. Xie Hongchun saw none of the elders take a stand to help him, so he decided to pin his last hope on Yang Kai. I know you have the greatest say here. Please save me. After this, I, Xie Hongchun, swear to serve you with absolute loyalty in order to repay this grace. Yang Kai stared back at him indifferent and lightly said, Senior brother Xie, you talk too much. Xie Hongchun's expression went blank. I, Su Mu, as sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, formally declare that when the sect was exposed to danger, disciple Xie Hongchun, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brothers in order to live on dishonorably, mistaking enemies for friends. The punishment for his crime is death. As sect master, I will now personally right the wrongs done to this sect. Fellow brothers and sisters, please take heed of this warning. Work hard so that you will not disgrace my high heaven pavilion's name as he has. Sumu shouted in a clear and resolute voice as he stared down at Xianxia. His eyes filled with cold light as he lifted his hand, condensed his true qi into a great swirl of wind. The palm strike gradually enlarged in Xianxia's eyes, and soon the tornado engulfed him. None of the spectating high heaven pavilion disciples showed the slightest hint of sympathy or compassion, many of them instead even wearing happy expressions. As the powerful winds wrapped around him, Xianxia was swept up and tossed around, his body soon ripping apart and bursting into a bloody fog. Master's junior brother makes a decent sect master. Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled as she glanced towards Su Mu with some surprise. Su Mu looked quite young, probably even more so than Yang Kai, but just now he displayed a bearing appropriate for a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. Sect Master Su, we'll let you decide the placement of our two sect's disciples. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up to Su Mu and said. Su Mu nodded, first ordering several junior brothers to process Xianxia's bones before leaving to discuss with the elders about how to settle the other sect's disciples. While everyone was busying themselves, Yang Kai walked around High Heaven Pavilion alone. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before when the first young lady of the Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng, brought a number of experts here and fought with Grand Master and the elders. It was after that incident, when Qiu Yimeng had gone missing, that the sect had been burned down. High Heaven Pavilion was rebuilt some time later, after the incident was resolved. However, history had repeated itself. Yang Kai arrived at the small wooden house he had once called home. This wooden house carried a lot of his memories. It was the place he had lived when he was still weak and helpless. He could still vividly remember his days as a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, when even filling his belly each day was a challenge. It was inside this cabin that Yang Kai first opened the wordless black book, drastically altering his destiny. The wooden house had been refurbished since that time, but the tables and chair were actually the same ones Yang Kai had originally used. But since this place had been left unattended for many years, everything was now covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the night when he returned from the outside to discover little senior sister Xia Ningchong fast asleep on his bed. The gentle moonlight streaming in from the holes in the roof, startling Yang Kai greatly. It was from that moment on that her beautiful figure had been permanently engraved in his heart. Every time he remembered that scene, his heart would fill with a tender warmth. It was a precious memory he would never be able to forget. After sitting inside his wooden house for a while, Yang Kai left to visit Su Yan's small house. It was inside this small house that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes, the smooth, graceful curve of her back seizing his soul at the time, her charm and beauty robbing him of all ability to even breathe. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her frigid true qi to freeze Yang Kai into a block of ice. It was only a few days later that Yang Kai thawed out after comprehending the profound martial skill, unyielding will. Xianxia and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, it was here that Yang Kai had met and grown close to them. As his heartbeat steadied, a flurry of emotions washed over him. High Heaven Pavilion was filled with so many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along the familiar paths, it was like he had returned to the time he was a simple High Heaven Pavilion disciple so many years ago, the sights and scenes from that time all coming back to him. The contribution hall was still the same as before. Yang Kai even felt like he could see Treasurer Meng lazily sitting behind the front desk, his eyes darting around, staring lewdly at the beautiful female disciples passing through, commenting on the height of their chests and the fullness of their bottoms. The martial skill pavilion was also unchanged, still housing the many secret arts and martial skills of High Heaven Pavilion. Of course, for the current Yang Kai, these things had no value other than for nostalgia. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the coiling dragon stream. Standing at its edge, he could hear the wind whistling as it blew through the seemingly bottomless canyon. Several fruit trees stood nearby, swaying gently in the wind. These were the fruit trees Xianxia had planted in the past. Originally they were only slightly taller than him, but now they had grown high enough for their thick leaves to provide shade for those who stood beneath them. Stepping off the edge, Xianxia allowed his body to fall into the coiling dragon stream. Partway down, Xianxia came to a halt and stepped into the secluded cave he had worked so hard to carve all those years ago. Inside this secluded cave, there were a number of plants that Xianxia had planted as decorations still growing. After the demonic qi had been purged from the canyon down below, these plants had flourished and covered the surrounding area in a thick bed of green leaves. There were even a few delicate flowers next to the cave's entrance. The cave even retained a faint trace of Su Yan and Xianxia's fragrances. This secluded cave was the secret place for the three of them. Several times, while Xianxia and Su Yan were happily flirting with one another, little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed nearby. Xianxia sat cross-legged at the cave's entrance and closed his eyes, completely relaxing his mind and body. After revisiting all these memories, he suddenly felt as if his soul had received a kind of sublimation. This indescribable feeling gave him an incredible sense of comfort. A burst of humming sounds rang out as Xianxia's physique began to tremble, and the true qi inside his body seemed to burst forward, flowing like a mighty river through his meridians. 2 days later, Xianxia opened his eyes and a profound light flashed across their depths. A moment later, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. He was somewhat puzzled by the current condition. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and walking through all its familiar paths, he had suddenly fallen into a strange state. Initially, Xianxia had thought he was experiencing a breakthrough and had simply allowed nature to take its course. But after waking up, he discovered that he had not advanced to the saint realm at all. He was still a third-order transcendent, but the true qi that was flowing through his body seemed somewhat different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Xianxia discovered that the true qi in his meridians had increased in purity and density. If his previous true qi was akin to water in a river, his current true qi now showed subtle signs of crystallization. When it was not in use, it no longer flowed freely, but once Xianxia pushed it, it was not only stronger, it also contained a greater destructive force with it. The yang liquid stored in his dantian also seemed to be undergoing a change, becoming more akin to dazzling golden jewels rather than drops of molten gold. Xianxia was confused and didn't know what was happening to him. After thoroughly investigating his physical condition, Xianxia couldn't find anything wrong with himself. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the strange change in his true qi not only wasn't harmful to him but had instead brought him great benefits. At the very least, Xianxia instinctually felt he had become stronger. Sending out a divine sense message, it was not long before Li Rong and Han Fei flew over and entered the secluded cave, both of them saluting politely as they asked, "What is Master's command?" These past 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei were treated as guests in the High Heaven Pavilion, and they occasionally helped with the cleanup effort around the sect. Both of them noticed that Xianxia had entered a state of meditative cultivation and naturally did not come to disturb him until Xianxia took the initiative to summon them over. "I have some questions to ask you both." Xianxia signaled to them to sit down. The two women smiled. Even Han Fei was showing a warm look quite in contrast to her normally ice-cold temperament. In their impression, Xianxia seemed almost omnipotent, but this time he had actually called them to ask their advice, surprising them. The two sat down and Li Rong asked, "Is there anything Master is unclear about regarding his cultivation?" And Xianxia nodded, relaxing his defenses. "Use your divine senses to examine the true qi in my body to see if there is anything wrong with it." "Something wrong with it?" Han Fei was shocked. "Very well. Excuse us?" Li Rong didn't speak any nonsense and began sweeping Xianxia with her powerful divine sense. After a moment, her beautiful eyes lit up as she muttered, "True qi sanctification?" Han Fei also showed a pleasant expression as she smiled happily towards Xianxia and said, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before you officially break through to the saint realm. And since you've already reached the point of true qi sanctification, and considering the pace at which Master's cultivation advances, I would estimate that within 2 to 3 years you will become a saint. If there are some opportunities or epiphanies along the way, that time will only be shorter. Stop! Xianxia reached out his hand and knit his brow, staring blankly at the two women for a moment before asking, "First explain to me, what is this true qi sanctification you're talking about? Why are you so sure that I am not far from reaching the saint realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei shot an astonished glance at each other upon hearing these questions. But soon the two of them burst into laughter, their voices resounding like delicate silver bells in the secluded cave. Xianxia instantly felt uncomfortable. Li Rong's laughter was extremely carefree, while even Han Fei, who always wore an icy expression, was doubled over. The two of them clearly finding this whole situation incredibly funny, and clearly he was the cause. Yet Xianxia, as the butt of this joke, actually knew nothing. "Have the two of you laughed enough yet?" Xianxia glared at them. Noticing that Xianxia seemed to be becoming angry out of shame, Li Rong and Han Fei hurriedly restrained their laughter, but the two of them still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled lightly. Xianxia could only rub his forehead, feeling quite helpless. Sometime later, Li Rong and Han Fei finally composed themselves, and the former asked, "Master, have you ever received any formal instruction regarding cultivation?" "Why do you ask?" "Because if someone had given you formal instruction, you should know what true qi sanctification is and understand that it is a checkpoint on the path to the saint realm." "A checkpoint before reaching the saint realm?" Xianxia suddenly became interested. "Go on." Li Rong and Han Fei, one after another, began to explain. "In this world, there are a lot of transcendent realm cultivators, but of these many transcendents, those who can successfully break through to the saint realm probably number less than 1%. Why are there so many transcendents who fail to grasp the mysteries of the saint realm? The main reason is their inability to achieve true qi sanctification. A cultivator, from when they first begin to cultivate until they reach the saint realm, must walk step by step and experience many breakthroughs, each one more difficult than the last. It can be said that every breaking through to each new great realm results in a kind of rebirth where one receives both internal and external baptisms. However, over this entire process of growth, a cultivator will also experience two fundamental changes in their internal strength. One time is when they break through from the separation and reunion boundary to the true element boundary, when the yuan qi in their meridians is transformed into true qi. The great difference in power between these two types of qi, I believe Master is quite well aware of. Xianxia lightly nodded. Before the peak separation and reunion boundary, yuan qi was what flowed through a cultivator's meridians, but after they broke through to the true element boundary, it was replaced by true qi. The two qis were fundamentally different. Disregarding the change in realm and only examining it from the perspective of pure power, when yuan qi transformed into true qi, a cultivator's combat potential would dramatically increase. The second great change occurs when one breaks through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm. Li Rong declared in a spirited tone, "Because the energy which flows through a saint realm master's body is not true qi." "Not true qi." Xianxia's brow rose, somewhat unable to process what he was hearing. No one had ever told him anything regarding this matter. Yes, what flows through a saint realm master's meridians is saint qi, and its strength is incomparable to that of true qi. Xianxia was shocked and could not speak for a long time. Han Fei thought about it for a moment before continuing. For example, a block of low-rank crystal stone contains significantly less energy a block of top-rank crystal stone of equivalent volume, but the amount of energy in a block of saint crystal is incomparable to a block of top-rank crystal stone of equal size. Yuan qi is like low-rank crystal stone, true qi like top-rank crystal stone, and saint qi like saint crystal. Such a basic fact was something Xianxia actually knew nothing about. Because Master has had some kind of opportunity, the true qi in your body has begun to transform into saint qi. When this transformation is complete, Master will only have to fully comprehend the mysteries of the saint realm, and he will be able to smoothly break through. Li Rong looked at him with excitement, feeling sincerely happy about his rapid growth. Before now, hasn't anyone ever spoken about this matter to Master? Han Fei asked in amazement. The reason they had never mentioned anything about the true qi sanctification process to Yang Kai was because they had assumed he was aware of it already, as that was common sense. Never had they anticipate he was actually completely ignorant about it. It's only to be expected that no one has told Master about this. Li Rong smiled. Master's rate of growth is simply too fast. The elders around him probably did not anticipate he would already be experiencing true qi sanctification and were simply planning on mentioning it to him at some point in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder would have eventually explained about this process to you. Yang Kai gently nodded. After learning about his current situation and understanding it was not a misdemeanor, he finally relaxed. What should I do now? Yang Kai asked hesitantly. There's nothing to do. Just go about your life as before. Li Rong smiled and replied. Is there any way to speed up the progress of this true qi sanctification? Yang Kai knit his brow. I remember when it was time to convert my yuan qi to true qi. There were certain medicines that could be used as auxiliaries to improve the purity and refinement rate of my true qi. That was because your foundation was yet to be fully established, so it was possible to improve and increase the conversation rate. But true qi sanctification takes place after one's foundation has already been established. So there is no way to speed it up. One can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai sighed lightly but still felt quite excited in his heart. After his true qi was completely converted into Saint Qi, and he fully comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, he would be able to step into that realm. Yang Kai wasn't concerned at all about comprehending these mysteries. For others, this might be a difficult task, but for him, it was nothing. He had absorbed so many Saint Realm cultivators' perceptions and insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, transforming them into his own strength. So breaking through to the Saint Realm would not be an issue for him. Now he just had to wait for the qi in his body to finish transforming, so the time it would take for him to reach the next great realm would probably be much shorter than what Li Rong estimated. After spending a moment lost in his own thoughts, Yang Kai collected himself and set aside the matter of the Saint Realm, stood up and asked, What is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion? Things have mostly been settled. Li Rong replied. Good. Then we should set out, Yang Kai said. Leaping out of his secluded cave and flying up, he had planned to travel to the central capital immediately after securing High Heaven Pavilion. But this unexpected opportunity had delayed him 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was now fully occupied with the disciples and elders from all of the 3 sects gathered here. Su Mu was only temporarily placed people around the sect's grounds, forcing many of them to simply sit outside, taking the sky as their blankets and the ground as their beds. Inside the main hall, Su Mu and the pavilion elders sat around a large table along with Hu Man of Blood Battle Gang, the Hu sisters, Xiao Ruahan of Storm Hall and Fang Ziji. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. The moment he entered the room, all eyes landed on Yang Kai, expectant and excited looks upon all their faces. Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital? Su Mu asked. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish you a swift victory and triumphant return, Su Mu declared. Yang Kai stared at him with a look of surprise. Su Mu just grinned back at him. We have self-knowledge. We'd be nothing but a burden to you if we went, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those dogs an unforgettable lesson. You mustn't show any mercy. Yang Kai smiled and nodded sincerely. Relax. I'll make sure not a single one of them returns alive. Saying so, he turned around and shouted, Shi Kuan. Reporting. Shi Kuan appeared. You stay here and help me take care of this place. If anyone dares try to invade, directly report to them the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see if anyone dares challenge my Holy Land. Yes. Central capital, where north and south could not see one another, the first under Heaven City. Looking from far away, the gigantic central capital city was like an ancient beast slumbering quietly on the ground, giving off an aura of intimidation that made all who saw it tremble in awe. A streak of blue light came to a halt some 25 kilometers away from the central capital, and the figure of Yang Kai, Li Rong and Han Fei appeared. There's actually such a massive city here? Li Rong was shocked and exclaimed. A city the size of the central capital, even in Tongxian realm, was rare. Li Rong couldn't even imagine how many years it had taken for the natives of this world to build it. There seems to be some traces of destruction. Han Fei wrinkled her brow. And, more than a decade ago, the earth vein below the central capital exploded, essentially destroying the entire city. When I left this place, everyone was focused on rebuilding the central capital. Although more than a decade has passed, it seems they haven't finished with the reconstruction yet. Yang Kai gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital seemed a bit too calm. Although they were still 25 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still make out some people moving about, but far fewer than normal. A burst of light suddenly appeared above a certain place in the central capital, immediately catching Yang Kai's eyes. "Master, there seems to be someone fighting there," Li Rong stated. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and shot forward. At the south gate of the central capital, a group of transcendent realm cultivators wore grim expression as she hurriedly fled. The central capital's south gate was for the exclusive use of the Yang family. When any Yang family members returned home, they would enter through this gate. When Yang Kai returned to central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he too had walked through this gate. The transcendent realm cultivators who were fleeing right now were almost all masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. They were going all out to escape from the central capital. But behind them were two invincible enemies pursuing them. "You rats can flee, but I'd like to see where you can run now." A single-eyed middle-aged man who was following the Blood Warriors at a seemingly leisurely pace called out mockingly, showing no intention of immediately attacking. His eyes filled with scorn. Just like a cat toying with a pack of mice. A trivial group of transcendent realm trash dares act presumptuously in front of me? Run, run, keep running. Don't let yourselves get caught or your fate will be more miserable than you can imagine. Everyone who was fleeing felt enraged as their visions were dyed red. But they were well aware of how tyrannical these enemies were, so they didn't dare to stop and fight, only using a few martial skills every now and then as they ran forward in an attempt to delay the pace of this man. However, the martial skills they used against this one-eyed man were completely ineffective, each of them being blocked by a faint barrier which seemed to surround his body. It was as if their attacks all sunk into an endless sea, disappearing without even a trace. This reality made the group of escaping transcendents sink further into despair. "Cho Su, stop fooling around. Temple Master Wu is waiting for us to return. Just grab them quickly." From a different direction, a beautiful woman with a luscious figure called out to the middle-aged man lightly. Cho Su shot her an annoyed glance and snorted, "You don't need to remind me," cursing under his breath in the next instant. "Little slut, thinking that after obtaining some favor from Wu Zhang you can order me around like some servant, completely not placing me in your eyes. Fuck, so annoying." As he muttered, Cho Su's expression became even crueler, shouting a moment later, "Run, run! The first one of you I catch I will make taste the world's most brutal torture." Seeing that you had a bit of strength and might have some use, we spared your lives, yet you actually dared disregard our mercy and try to escape? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The conversation between the man and woman clearly reached the ears of the fleeing transcendents, causing their expression to become even uglier. Among the crowd, one burly man shouted, "Brothers and sisters, spread out. Let destiny decide who lives and who dies. If any of us can escape, you must survive and find little Lord. Tell him about this matter." Everyone nodded and shouted, "Good luck." The next moment, all of them shot off in different directions. The man and woman chasing after them saw the scene but showed not the slightest bit of concern. The one-eyed man named Cho Su grinning viciously as he said, "Seems you're not complete idiots. I thought at least one of you would stop and fight with me. Don't make trouble. If we let them run too far, it'll just become more of a hassle. Cut them off while I block their retreat." The woman shouted, a torrent of power welling up from her body, creating an invisible barrier that blocked off the area behind the fleeing transcendents, leaving their only option to press on, effectively sealing off their movements. Seeing that she had already started to act, Cho Su also no longer delayed, displaying a similar technique that blocked the path ahead of the group of cultivators. Pung pung pung. The group of transcendents collided with this invisible barrier that had emerged out of thin air and were all forced back, their expressions turning gloomy. Two fearful auras engulfed them, forcing them back together, their backs against one another as they glared up at the man and woman standing mid-air above them. No door to heaven or path to hell, in the face of absolute strength. They could only dance on the palm of the enemy's hand. Surely, if I kill them, will it matter? Cho Su turned his one eye to the woman and asked. Shioli frowned and spoke in a dissatisfied tone. Their strength isn't high. What's the point in killing them? The reason Temple Master Wu let them live was to let them submit and work for us. As long as this group of people surrenders, the others will be easier to deal with. The world energy aura here is not rich and there's no resources worth exploiting. But there are quite a few people we can bring back to use as slaves and laborers. Of course, I understand Temple Master Wu's intentions, but without killing them, I won't be able to soothe my anger. Cho Su slowly shook his head. Seeing his appearance, Shioli felt a deep sense of loathing in her heart, but not wishing to waste any more time arguing with him, she reluctantly nodded. Fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I'll report it back to Temple Master Wu. I know you've built a good relationship with Temple Master Wu, but you don't keep using his name to suppress me. I am seeking Heaven's Pavilion's sect master, not his subordinate. If you want to kill one, then hurry up. Stop spouting nonsense. Shioli impatiently shouted. Cho Su snorted before turning his one eye to the group down below, glancing around the couple dozen transcendents while ignoring their angry glares. Suddenly, he pointed to one of them and declared, Her. I most enjoy killing women, especially beautiful women. Saying so, he shot a glance over towards the woman called Shioli, the latter snorting disdainfully, knowing what he was implying but refusing to go along with his provocation. The selected woman paled. Yu Xian, the others called out desperately. Tang Yu Xian, however, just smiled miserably. Let destiny decide who lives and who dies. Don't try to fight. The place they come from should be the place where Little Lord went. You all have to go there and do everything possible to find Little Lord, so he can take revenge for our fallen brothers and sisters. All of them shook their heads unwillingly. Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to speak them. Cho Su stood midair and laughed wildly. They've gone too far. I'll fight them. Tu Feng shouted angrily, his blood chi madly rising, as he tried to display the Blood Warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. If we must die, then we'll die together. No matter what, we can't just stand here and watch as you're killed. Ying Jiu's figure flickered, as he prepared to use his flickering shadow strike. At that moment, though, an invisible pressure descended and completely suppressed all of them, forcefully canceling Tu Feng's mad tyrant blood skill while locking Ying Jiu's shadowy figure in place. Cho Su laughed and taunted. I told you not to act so presumptuous. A group of trash with no self-awareness. How can mere transcendence possibly fight with a saint? I'll let you all see right now the insurmountable gap between us. Killing any of you is as simple as crushing an ant. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grasped towards them. Tang Yuxian cried out as she found herself bound by an invisible force that slowly pulled her up into the air. A moment later, she was floating tens of meters above the ground. The invisible force that shackled her body grew stronger and stronger, making it difficult for Tang Yuxian to breathe. Her face turned red and her eyes flashed with unwillingness, but no matter how much she wished to resist, she was incapable of even struggling. Sad and shrill cries rang out from down below. Cracking sounds burst out from Tang Yuxian's body as her bones seemed to break under the strain. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yuxian's heart suddenly became calm as she directed a cold glare towards the one-eyed man named Cho Su and the indifferent woman Xiao Li Xiao. A sword-like attack suddenly flashed and cut through the air between Cho Su and Tang Yuxian. At the same time, the sound of something being cut apart resounded. Tang Yuxian, who had just been imprisoned, breathed in a deep breath as the enormous pressure on her body instantly disappeared, freeing her and allowing her to fall back down to the ground. A blue light flashed and 3 figures suddenly appeared, seemingly out of thin air, their bodies wrapped in an ice-cold aura. Who goes there? Cho Su and Xiao Li's expression changed dramatically as they shouted. The transcendents down below also turned their eyes towards these newcomers. All of them froze up. In the next moment, though, shouts of surprise and joy escaped from their lips. Little Lord. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he swept his gaze down below. Familiar faces appeared one after another in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ying Jiu, Ji Li, Shaoshun, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju. Most of Yang family blood warrior hall's masters were present. Yuxian, are you all right? Yang Kai asked softly. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes filled with excitement as she nodded. Just some minor injuries. Little Lord doesn't need to worry. That's good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Who are you? Cho Su frowned as he stood together with Xiao Li and shouted. Although he didn't know why. When these three people suddenly appeared, Cho Su felt a sense of fear grip him, as if their arrival heralded the coming of his death, causing him to shudder unconsciously. Without standing next to Xiao Li, he simply couldn't feel a sense of security. You just said that transcendents have no way to fight with saints, didn't you? Yang Kai spoke flatly as he stared coldly at Cho Su. Who might I ask is your excellency? Cho Su frowned. Do I need to announce my name to a dead man? Your excellency is quite bold. Who are you? Cho Su coldly shouted, realizing the situation had become unfavorable and quietly shot Xiao Li a glance, hinting for her to act when she saw an opportunity. In response, she nodded. Yang Kai didn't bother responding to him and simply told Li Rong, You two deal with that woman? I'll handle him. Li Rong nodded. Be careful. She didn't attempt to stop Yang Kai because she understood just how angry he was. She knew Yang Kai wanted to kill this one-eyed man himself, for the crimes the man had just committed. With her and Han Fei watching nearby, even if Yang Kai ultimately couldn't win, it was impossible for his life to be in any danger. Two pairs of beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Li and an invisible pressure crashed down on her. The enchanting woman named Xiao Li instantly went stiff, unable to move or even circulate the strength within her body, as if she had been sunk into a mire that completely suppressed her. Shock filled Xiao Li's heart as she instantly understood how terrifying these two women who suddenly appear in front of them were, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. Cho Su's expression also paled. The instant Li Rong and Han Fei used their strength, he realized he was severely outmatched. Refusing to even bother with the group of transcendents he had been chasing, Cho Su fled towards the center of the central capital. He needed to find Wu Zheng. Although he was dissatisfied with the distribution of spoils Wu Zheng had set up, he didn't doubt that Wu Zheng was the strongest among them, the latter's second-order Saint Realm cultivation towering above his own. Just as he tried to flee, though, the figure of the young man who seemed to not know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him and blocked his path. A third-order transcendent. Cho Su understood Yang Kai's real cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed, secretly thinking that the heavens had not abandoned him yet, shouting loudly as charged forward, Boy! Come here! Saying so, he reached out and grabbed towards Yang Kai. He wanted to capture Yang Kai and use him as a hostage in order to preserve his life. Yang Kai didn't try to dodge and just stared back at Cho Su coldly, his expression completely indifferent. When the big hand reaching towards him landed on his shoulder, before it could even exert any strength, Yang Kai pushed his strength fiercely, sending out a burst of true qi from his body. A scorching hot wave of energy erupted, causing Cho Su to cry out in pain and hastily take back his hand. His face pale and was filled with disbelief. The young man in front of him was truly just a third-order transcendent, but the power he emitted from his body just now was even more potent than his own, despite him being a genuine first-order saint. From his palm, the burning true qi penetrated deep into Cho Su's meridians, rushing through his body and infiltrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to neglect, Cho Su hurriedly circulated his own saint qi to suppress the scalding energy. His body's temperature rapidly rising as his flesh turned red and began to let off steam as if he was being boiled alive from the inside before he could compose himself. A golden spear that gave off a shocking pressure flew through the air towards him, seemingly tearing space itself as it ignored the distance between them and rapidly expanded in his eyes. Cho Su was panic-stricken when he felt the destructive force contained within this spear and desperately threw himself to the side to dodge it. Xiao! The heaven-punishing spear just barely missed its mark and flew out of several dozen kilometers before disappearing across in a flash of light. One heaven-punishing spear after another was condensed in Yang Kai's hand as he stood mid-air and threw them out. Like bolts of lightning, a storm of golden spears flashed across the sky. Cho Su was immediately forced into a difficult situation, only capable of dodging the exquisite Nine Heavens' divine skill. Unable to hit back, his face looking deathly pale. Run! Run! Let's see how long you can keep this up. Yang Kai called out in a relaxed tone with an indifferent look upon his face, casually throwing heaven-punishing spears from a dominant position, as if he had yet to even use all his strength, taunting Cho Su in the same way the latter had just been taunting the fleeing central capital Transcendence. Cho Su couldn't even shout back as it was taking all his strength and concentration to avoid the storm of attacks coming towards him, causing his expression to become even uglier. Aren't you an all-powerful saint? Stop acting so pitifully and fight back? Or are you saying you're actually afraid of a mere transcendent like me? Come, show me everything you've got. Today, this young master will show you what a transcendent killing a saint looks like. Yang Kai sneered coldly, using his profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain in addition to his heaven-punishing spears, displaying all the Nine Heavens' divine skills in all their glory. Down below, Tu Feng and others were dumbstruck and fell into a daze they could not extricate themselves from for a long time. Thanks to the training and resources Yang Kai granted them in the past, they had all broken through to the transcendent realm before the former departed and were able to stand at the top of this world. During the more than 10 years Yang Kai had been away, all of them had been diligently cultivating, and now basically every blood warrior saw hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm. However, a few months ago, a group of enemies they couldn't match suddenly appeared and quickly subdued the central capital's 8 great families. Just now, even with just the one-eyed man named Cho Su chasing them, they had been driven into a hopeless situation and were on the verge of witnessing Tang Yuxian being crushed to death right before their eyes without even being able to fight back. Suddenly, though, their little lord had arrived and instantly suppressed the very same Cho Su they were powerless against, to the point where the latter was unable to even talk back. The blood warriors' spirits rose as a deep sense of pride filled their chests, all of them elated to see the previously domineering and arrogant Cho Su forced into such a distressed state. Li Rong and Han Fei's eyes also lit up as they exchanged a look filled with pleasant surprise. Although both of them knew that Yang Kai was very strong, since they had begun following him, they had never seen him truly fight with any powerful master, so they didn't know where his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai showed signs of being overwhelmed, they would immediately help. But the situation was actually completely different from what they were worried about. A First-Order Saint Realm Master actually couldn't even fight back in front of Yang Kai. The two of them could even determine that Yang Kai could easily kill the other party if he wanted to. This is because Yang Kai had yet to use his demon god transformation and was still only fighting against the one-eyed man with his raw strength. At this moment, they finally put down their last worries and, while completely suppressing Xioli so she couldn't interfere, observed Yang Kai's fight. "Father will fight with you." A burst of light flashed as Cho Su suddenly screamed and summoned a large bell. The bell swung and released a thunderous sound, sending out a powerful shockwave in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword that were flying towards him suddenly weakened. Down below, the Transcendents all felt like their heads were splitting when they heard the tolling of the bell, looks of pain filling their faces as they felt their blood flow become disturbed, threatening to burst from their bodies at any time. Li Rong waved her hand and dispelled the pressure surrounding them, allowing the Transcendents to recover, each of them sending her a gratefully look. Cho Su's spiritual energy burst out as he controlled his large bell artifact, releasing its full power, using it as a shield to block Yang Kai's attacks as he charged forward. Obviously, he wanted to launch a desperate counterattack in the hopes of creating a mutual loss. If at that moment he could capture Yang Kai, it would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact? Yang Kai snorted, ignoring the impact of the sound wave from the bell, and not only not retreating, but moving forward to meet it. True Yang Yuan Qi erupted, and like a giant fireball, Yang Kai slammed into the large bell head-on. A moment later, a loud bang rang out. The sound of the bell echoed throughout the entire central capital, causing everyone's vitality to uncomfortably tumble. Cho Su, who had been hiding behind the large bell, was struck by a terrifying impact and sent flying like a paper kite, blood gushing from his wounds as his face paled and his eyes filled with shock. Despite feeling it with his own body, he couldn't believe what had just happened. The third-order transcendent realm Yang had actually used his flesh and blood body to not only block his artifact's all-out attack, but even forcefully repelled it, sending Cho Su flying. On the other hand, the young man was only forced back a dozen steps before he stabilized his footing. Just how tyrannical did one's flesh have to be to stop an artifact with their body? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su fully understood how monstrous the combat strength of the young man before him was. Although this youth's cultivation realm was lower than Cho Su's, he was actually the kind of monster that could easily fight above his own level. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he tumbled through the air, a moment later screaming out, "Wu Zhang!" Yang Kai grasped the large bell in his hand for a moment before tossing it aside and disappearing, his figure flickering and quickly reappearing in front of Cho Su, a ferocious grin forming on his face as he stated, "It doesn't matter who you call for now, you're still going to die." A blast of pure true qi crashed into Cho Su, and despite his best efforts, he was unable to resist. Scorching heat flooded Cho Su's body, boiling his blood and turning the surface of his skin bright red. Cho Su's body burst open like a blossoming blood-red flower, his death extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled fiercely as her heart filled with fear. She had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish, but was still unable to understand just how a Saint Realm Master was so easily killed by a mere Transcendent Realm youth. This scene had completely subverted her perception of a cultivator's strength. Staring at this terrifying youth's imposing back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her." Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood." Han Fei nodded, her figure flickering and appearing beside Xiao Li in the next instant before sending out a few light palms. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Li's body was covered in a layer of ice, transforming her into an incredibly lifelike ice sculpture, the fear on her face perfectly preserved. This ice sculpture fell down right after and shattered into a million pieces. Xiao Li had died, leaving not a single trace of her corpse. "Who dares commit murder here?" A roar echoed from far away, and a moment later a red-faced old man leisurely appeared, his face filled with anger as he swept his eyes over the surrounding. After clearly seeing Yang Kai though, his face paled. "Nine Heavens Holy Lands Holy Master?" As free and unfettered Spirit Temple's Temple Master, Wu Zhang naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he and Chu Yi of Veiled Heaven Palace, as well as Fang Yubai of Mistlock Tower, had pursued the ancient demon clansmen across half of the human territory to the Nine Peaks. Wu Zhang also harbored hatred towards this young man who colluded with demons, as well as a deep sense of envy. The reason for this was quite simple. Yang Kai was nothing but a young man, yet he was already the master of one of the world's greatest forces, and was even able to subdue so many powerful demon race masters. The power he held in his hands was enough to make anyone jealous. Wu Zhang didn't know where he was worse than him and why this kind of good deed hadn't landed in his lap instead. "Wu Zhang." Yang Kai grinned as he stared faintly at the old man. "Holy Master Yang. It's been a long time." Wu Zhang looked around and frowned. "Might I ask, why has Holy Master Yang has come to this place? Also, have you seen Cho Su and Xiao Li? I just heard Cho Su's cry a moment ago and sensed the fallout of battle from this place. It couldn't be that Holy Master Yang. If you're referring to that one-eyed man and a middle-aged and that beautiful woman, they're already dead." "Dead?" Wu Zhang's expression darkened as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Could it be they died at Holy Master Yang's hand?" "Indeed," Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zhang's brow furrowed as a cold light flashed across his eyes. "Why did you kill them? What enmity did they have with Holy Master Yang?" Can I not kill people without there being enmity between us? Yang Kai laughed and narrowed his eyes at Wu Zhang, lifting his hand and pointing at him while grinning fiercely. Not only them, but you too must die today. Wu Zhang's face cramped as he glanced cautiously towards Li Rong and Han Fei, saying with a smile, "What does Holy Master Yang mean by all this? Is there some place where this Wu has offended you?" He had just heard Cho Su's pitiful scream and immediately realized that something was wrong. When he rushed over, he first saw Yang Kai, but without understanding what the situation was, Wu Zhang didn't feel much sense of crisis. After all, Yang Kai was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for no reason at all, not to mention that Wu Zhang was also the master of a force not too inferior to Yang Kai's. He had taken it for granted that they were of equal status and could sit down and talk things out if there was some kind of issue. Little could he have imagined that Yang Kai had no intention of discussing anything with him and responded to his words with murderous intent. "How have you offended me?" Yang Kai's eyes grew ice-cold as he gloomily said, "This place is my home, yet you and your lackeys invaded, humiliating my friends and family." Before Yang Kai even finished talking, Wu Zhang understood that the situation was beyond saving. Whether his words were true or not, it was a fact that Cho Su and Xiao Li were already dead. Since Yang Kai dared to kill them both, perhaps he would be willing to kill him too. Wu Zhang was a decisive person, and after hearing just part of Yang Kai's explanation, he immediately summoned out a shield artifact, transforming it into a light barrier around himself and flew away from the central capital as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he turned to look in the direction Wu Zhang had fled, waving his hand a moment later. Without saying a word, Han Fei immediately pursued. There was no need to speculate about Wu Zhang's fate. He would die without a doubt. Once an ancient demon clansman used their demon god transformation, they could fight opponents above their own realm. Li Rong had fought Xue Li to a draw when she was just a second-order saint. The current Han Fei was also a second-order saint, so killing Wu Zhang was just a matter of time. Li Rong, sweep the central capital. Clean up anyone brought here by Wu Zhang. Yes? Li Rong responded promptly before disappearing, her immense divine sense spreading out like a tide in the next instant, covering the entire central capital. Yang Kai then flew down to the ground. "Little Lord!" The blood warriors looked all stared at him with excitement and shouted. Yang Kai glanced at them and nodded. "Everything's all right now. Let's go back first before we talk." "Good." By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family, Li Rong had already completed the mop-up work, and the majority of the people brought over by Wu Zhang had been gathered in the Yang family to begin with, allowing her to easily take care of them. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many Yang family members had assembled in anticipation of Yang Kai's arrival. The Yang family fourth master husband and wife pair were both waiting eagerly, Dong Suzhu constantly wiping the tears from her eyes. A moment later, when Yang Kai and the numerous blood warriors appeared in their field of vision, Dong Suzhu rushed out to Yang Kai despite the fourth master trying to hold her back. "Mother!" Yang Kai shouted happily. Dong Suzhu grabbed hold of his shoulders and began looking him over from head to toe, wanting to see if he was in good health. After determining that her son was uninjured, she tightly embraced him. Yang Kai immediately felt like it had become difficult to breathe. Li Rong stared strangely at this mother and son reunion. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out a moment ago, Li Rong would have assumed that this young woman was Yang Kai's elder or possibly even younger sister. She never would have expected her to actually be her master's mother. "Isn't that enough? Everyone is waiting. Why are you hugging Kaier as if he'll disappear if you let go?" Yang Yingfeng finally stepped forward to remind her after seeing his wife show no signs of letting their son go. "Who cares about them? This is my son." Dong Suzhu tears continued to pour out, acting like she was suffering some intolerable grievance, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. "Father!" Yang Kai grinned and greeted the Yang family fourth master. "And good, very good." Yang Yingfeng nodded heavily, a hint of relief appearing on his face as the corners of his eyes began to water up too. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years with no news about whether he was even alive or dead. So of course the ones who were most worried were Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu. Now though, Not only were they able to determine their son was safe and sound, Yang Kai had also once again rescued the central capital. Naturally, a sense of pride rose in the fourth master's heart. After some time, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down and she reluctantly released Yang Kai. Wait until tonight. Our family can have a good chat then. Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted. N. Yang Kai walked forward and swept his eyes over the faces of the Yang family elders, as well as his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one, speaking in a friendly tone with all of them. 9th brother. The brothers also greeted him calmly. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now he was without a doubt the one with the highest achievements. Comparing him with themselves, each of them couldn't help feeling a bit distraught while at the same time happy for him. 2nd brother. How is life as the patriarch? Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao just let out a long sigh. One doesn't understand the burdens of being in charge until he finds himself in a position of power. 2nd brother was far too naive before. If I was given another chance, I would never have participated in that damn inheritance war. Among the Yang family's 9 brothers, next to Yang Kai, the most suitable one to become patriarch was Yang Zhao. Although eldest brother Yang Wei had great personal strength, he was obsessed with pursuing the peak of the martial Tao and cared little for anything else. So the family's elders did not feel relieved passing the position to him. As such, after Yang Kai left, responsibility for the family's affairs had fallen to Yang Zhao. After 10 years apart, all of the brothers had already established their own families, each of them having gotten married and some of them even fathering children. Let's go inside first. We brothers have not been reunited for a long time, Yang Zhao said and ushered everyone inside. Under the insistence of Yang Yingfeng, Yang Kai first stopped by the Yang family's ancestral burial hall to burn a stick of incense. According to the words of the 4th master, the reason why they could turn danger into safety was all because of the ancestors' blessings and had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was just following the fate his ancestors were guiding him towards. After worshipping his ancestors, Yang Kai walked out of the hall and followed the 4th master to the Yang family's elder hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with people, and upon noticing Yang Kai enter, all eyes turned to stare at him. Grand Master! Yang Kai spotted Ling Tai Su amongst the crowd and quickly rushed over. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to be seriously injured, his face pale as paper as he stood there unsteadily. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he asked quickly, "It's nothing serious. I just took a palm strike from a man named Wu Zheng. Fortunately, he didn't have any intention of taking my life or I would not be standing here right now." Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai couldn't help reaching out and grabbing Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining him. After a while, Yang Kai's expression slightly relaxed. The wounds Grand Master had suffered were heavy, but there was no risk to his life. Such injuries would be easy for Yang Kai to treat with his current means. Grand Master, take this pill. Yang Kai took out a pill and handed it to him. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly before patting Yang Kai's shoulder. You and the others talk. I'll first go and refine this pill. Good. Master, let me see you out. The Yang family 4th master hurried to help Ling Tai Su. Senior Ling was injured trying to save us from that person. Tu Feng suddenly said. This time, if not for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we would not have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost captured. It is only thanks to Little Lord's punctual arrival that we did not waste Senior Ling's efforts. Tang Yuxian said in low spirits, hanging her head. Don't worry about it. Grand Master acting so was surely because he had carefully considered the situation. And in the end, didn't everything work out? Yang Kai smiled. Come in and sit down so we can talk. Inside the hall, everyone sat down in their own position while those who didn't have an assigned seat just stood around nearby. All of them turning their eyes to Yang Kai, apparently waiting for him to talk. Second brother, how serious are the family's losses? Yang Kai found a random spot to sit down before turning to Yang Zhao and asking. Hearing his question, everyone's expression became low-spirited, causing Yang Kai's heart to sinking. The biggest losses were from the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people arrived, We knew nothing about their strength, which resulted in Hall Master Fengshang and Deputy Hall Master Zhou Feng both dying in battle. The entire Blood Warrior Hall was hit hard. The Blood Warrior Hall was filled with the most loyal guardians of the Yang family. It was the place where the Yang family specifically raised its protectors. When danger arrived, naturally they were the first to resist. Yang Kai had a faint impression of Hall Master Fengshang and Deputy Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had also interacted with them before a few times, but he hadn't expected that both of them would be killed during this invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists and his body trembled as he sobbed. Chu Gao Yi Jili, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, and Fu Tsong also died. Yang Kai shook. The blood warriors that Tu Feng named just now had all followed Yang Kai during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had brought together 13 blood warriors and used various resources to transform them into 13 transcendent realm masters. In particular, Chu Gao Yi, along with Ing Jiu, was the first to follow Yang Kai. They were the loyalist and most talented members of the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these old friends had passed away caused stabbing pain in Yang Kai's heart. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered terrible losses, leaving all the blood warriors who survived sad and solemn. In addition to the casualties from the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family elders had also died. Even Yang Zhen, the Great Elder, had died at the hands of Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple. It could be said that since this catastrophe struck, half of all the Yang family's high-level masters had been killed, making this by far the greatest blow the family had ever experienced. Not only the Yang family, but every one of the central capital's 8 great families had suffered such a fate. Fortunately, Wu Zhang hadn't acted completely ruthlessly, as he had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that the cultivators from the central capital wouldn't be able to revolt against his subordinate. After the initial slaughter, he had sealed strength of many of the masters of the great families, forcing them to submit and work for him. Wu Zheng's goal was the human resources of this world. Whether it was bringing these people back to Tongxian realm to serve as laborers or to be sold as slaves, they would be a great asset. For this reason, the central capital 8 great families had not been completely exterminated. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's strength and methods are earth-shattering. Can the people you brought with you really oppose him? Yang Zhao asked somewhat nervously. I never thought anyone could possess such terrifying strength. Some of the other elders chimed in. Is that what you're worried about? Well, seeing is believing. Yang Kai chuckled, turning his head in a certain direction and nodding after a moment. They're back. Who's back? Yang Zhao was confused. Outside the main hall, a beautiful figure appeared, wrapped in an ice-cold aura. Naturally, it was Han Fei, holding a bloody head in her hand. She walked straight inside and tossed it onto the ground before bowing to Yang Kai. Master, fortunately, I have not failed my mission. Good work. Yang Kai gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the severed head that was slowly rolling on the ground. Their eyes bulging in the next breath, with Yang Zhao jumping out of his chair and shouting, "It's Wu Zhang. He's really dead? Good." Many of the Yang family members' eyes lit up as their faces filled with joy. Turning towards Han Fei, each of them showed her a look filled with respect and gratitude. Before, when Li Rong had appeared and eliminated the master brought by Wu Zhang, she had received many thanks, but that was all. From their perspective, the disciples of Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple had all just died inexplicably. None of them had been able to see Li Rong's methods, so they were unable to judge just how tyrannical her strength was. But now that they saw Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei, all of them fully understood how astonishing this cold beauty's power was. For a moment, everyone in the hall couldn't tell if they were dreaming or seeing some kind of illusion, many of them even getting up off their seats to take a closer look at Wu Zheng's head to confirm if it was real or not. After confirming it was though, all of them shook with excitement. Ninth brother, this lady is... Yang Zhao directed a hesitant and somewhat strange look towards Han Fei. We are master's subordinates. Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstood. Subordinates? Yang Zhao's face twitched visibly, for a while not knowing how to respond. Ninth brother had been away for more than a decade without the slightest bit of news, yet he had suddenly returned, bringing with him incredibly powerful subordinates, swept away the seemingly invincible enemies that had invaded their homes, and saved the entire central capital. In comparison, he, the patriarch of the Yang family, was actually helpless to resist while the enemy had killed so many from his family. The gap between the two of them caused Yang Zhao to feel somewhat dejected. Very good, with these two madams here, our Yang family will not have to fear being bullied again. That's right, ninth brother, you've come back to stay, right? The brothers inquired eagerly. However, Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suzhu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, instantly went pale and instinctually grabbed hold of Yang Kai's hand, tearfully calling out, "Kaier, are you planning to leave again?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have to leave, but this time I must take all of you with me." "You want us to go with you?" Yang Zhao knit his brow. "Indeed. I hope that everyone can come with me to Tongxian realm." The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was where their roots were, the birthplace of their ancestors. Yang Kai asking them to abandon it inevitably gave them pause. Yang Kai naturally understood what they were feeling and stood up to speak. "Before, my Yang family was the strongest amongst the 8 great families, one of the greatest powers in this world. But now, the situation is different. This world and Tongxian realm have become connected. This time it was Wu Zhang, the next time it might be someone else, possibly even someone worse. It is no longer safe to remain here in the central capital. More people will come?" Many people's faces went white, none of them having realized how serious the situation was until now. They had thought that with Wu Zhang dead, they would have nothing else to worry about, but now it appeared that was not the case. According to Yang Kai's words, this place had become a piece of meat that many powerhouses and forces would want to take a bite of. If that's the case, naturally we should not sit idly by and wait. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he sank into contemplation for a moment before suddenly looking at Yang Kai. "Ninth brother, second brother must ask you a few questions." Yang Kai nodded. "If we leave the central capital and follow you back to that Tongxian realm, can you guarantee we'll be able to survive with just our strength?" Second brother doesn't want to be demeaning, but after this incident, our weakness and short-sightedness has become painfully obvious. "I can. On that side, I have a certain amount of influence, and it will be enough to safeguard all of your lives." Yang Zhao's expression brightened as he continued, "Is there a place for us to stay? Somewhere we can establish a new home?" "Yes. I've already found such a place, you don't need to worry about that." Yang Zhao asked again, "What about materials? Here we can support ourselves, but we are not familiar with how things work on the other side. Will there be any issues securing enough cultivation resources?" Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. "What I most do not lack now is cultivation materials. There are more crystal stones than could ever be used up, along with an abundance of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you could even imagine. I guarantee that you will not have any worries about having enough resources on that side." Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitantly asked, "Little Lord, we have heard of spirit grade, but what is this saint grade you speak of?" "The tier above spirit grade," Yang Kai explained. "What is a crystal stone?" Tang Yuxian also asked. "This is a crystal stone," Yang Kai said, tossing something over to her. After Yuxian caught this thumb-size object, all the blood warriors began crowding around curiously, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, each of them revealing looks of surprise. "Heavens! There's so much pure energy contained inside this thing. And it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into true qi. If one had such an item, couldn't they quickly restore themselves in the midst of a battle?" Exclamations rang out as the blood warriors excitedly examined the crystal stone. "And the world energy aura here is incomparable to the one over there. Any ordinary place in Tongxian realm has richer world energy than even the best cultivation paradises here. So the rate of cultivation on that side is much faster than here." Yang Kai happily described the various aspects of Tongxian realm, causing the Yang family members' eyes to flash and fill with expectation. Denser world energy, absolute safety, abundant resources, a comfortable living environment. Yang Kai had taken care of everything. All they had to do was follow him. Of course, I hope you can all come with me to Tongxian realm, but if there are those of you who wish to remain, I won't insist. After speaking, Yang Kai clarified his standpoint. If anyone wants to stay here, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Not everyone is as hateful as Wu Zhang. It's also possible the powerhouses who come here later won't abuse their strength to bully you. Everything is up to you to decide. My Chiu family is willing to follow you. I just wonder if little Lord is willing to bring us? From outside the hall, a melodious voice called out. Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his head towards the entrance. A gracefully figure gently landed and walked inside, her beautiful eyes quickly landing on Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was doing her best to appear calm, it was obvious to everyone that she was filled with excitement and joy. Chiu family matriarch. Welcome. Yang Zhao got up and greeted. Beauty, long time no see. Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the young woman who was stepping into the hall. Chiu Meng. Similar to how she decisively chose all those years ago, before anyone else made their decision. She was willing to entrust her and her family's interests to Yang Kai without the slightest hesitation. And it's been a long time. Chiu Meng's lashes fluttered as a look of resentment flashed across her face for a moment, but she quickly composed herself and returned the greeting. Miss Luo. Yang Kai next greeted the woman who was standing behind Chiu Meng. This woman, with great, towering peaks, was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Chiu Meng's closest friend. Even after more than a decade, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, returning his greeting with a small nod before she quickly hid behind Chiu Meng. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Yang Kai, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help remember that time back in the ash-gray cloud evil land, when that girl named by Luo had appeared in front of her. A milky white liquid was dripping from the corner of her mouth. My Chiu family wishes to accompany you. Is little Lord willing to lead us over to that side? Chiu Meng stared at Yang Kai seriously. There's no need for you to act like an outsider. Yang Kai grinned. I never planned to just bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you wish to come too, that would be for the best. Seems like you still have some conscience. Chiu Meng shot him an angry glare before her expression relaxed, and she let out a burst of sweet laughter, instantly brightening the hall. I heard that young Lord Kai is back. Is that true? Another loud voice filled with excitement called out from outside, and as soon as the sound fell, Xianxia flew inside the hall like a gust of wind, his eyes darting about as he shouted, Where is young Lord Kai? The next moment, when he saw Yang Kai standing not far away, he ran up and gave him a great bear hug and strongly patted his back. Brother, it's good that you've come back. Chiu Meng was dying of loneliness without you. Chiu Meng's pretty face instantly became frigid as she grit her teeth. Xianxia, you want me to rip out your tongue? The Hua family young lord laughed riotously before releasing Yang Kai, his smiling face filling with happiness. I've also missed you, brother. Why you? After not seeing you for more than 10 years, how have you fallen so far behind? Yang Kai also smiled upon seeing this familiar face. During the Inheritance War, everyone who followed Yang Kai obtained great benefits. Little senior sister Xianing Chong had used the myriad drug liquid and a large number of medicinal herbs to create a pool of medicinal liquid which cleansed their bodies and improved everyone's aptitude by varying degrees. Xianxia, Chiu Meng, and other important people obtained even greater benefits than this. It could be said that their future achievements were guaranteed to not be low, even if they remained in the central capital for the rest of their lives. Breaking through to the transcendent realm was a certainty. After 10 odd years, Chiu Meng had already reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, but Xianxia was still stuck at the 6th stage, greatly surprising Yang Kai. He couldn't understand why Xianxia's cultivation had fallen behind so much. Hearing Yang Kai's words, many people inside the Yang family elder hall couldn't help chuckling, revealing knowing looks. Even Chiu Meng had to cover her mouth in order to stifle her laughter. Xianxia's face instantly became bitter as he helplessly complained, Young Lord Kai, you don't know how much misfortune has befallen me. Saying so, he began telling his story. As he silently listened, Yang Kai's expression became more and more awkward. The Hua family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Hua Zheng, only had one son, Hua Xingqian, while on the other hand, he had a great many daughters who he treated as treasures, taking care of them in every possible way. After Hua Xingqian assumed the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders, having learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch, immediately began arranging marriages for Hua Xingqian to ensure he fathered a large number of descendants. Over the past decade, the Hua family had added more than a dozen women to Hua Xingqian's harem, and under the intimidation of the elders, Hua Xingqian had diligently fulfilled his duty to expand the Hua family. Having to satisfy so many demands had consumed Hua Xingqian's time and stamina greatly, so it was only natural his cultivation had not advanced. Ha! If I count them all, this young lord had a full 15 concubines and wives. Hua Xingqian stared at Yang Kai, his face filled with a look of suffering as he grabbed his shoulders and sobbed. If someday there is a chance, I'll introduce them to you. Although each of them is a rare beauty, facing their combined might, this young master is really incapable of fighting back. Yang Kai looked at him with sympathy but didn't know what to say, thinking about it for a long time before finally muttering, "My condolences?" Inside the hall, everyone burst into laughter. It seemed that the news of Yang Kai's return had already spread out. Immediately after Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xingqian arrived, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families appeared. Meng family patriarch Meng Shanyi, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Renxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5 people, Yang Kai was only somewhat familiar with Meng Shanyi and Lu Qingyao. The other 3 he had barely even spoken to before. All of them had come together after hearing that Yang Kai had returned and swept away all the free and unfettered Spirit Temple invaders, wanting to inquire about what was to happen next. Upon learning that Yang Kai wanted to bring the Yang family away from the central capital and take them to Tongxian realm, the 5 young patriarchs couldn't immediately make a decision. Relocating their entire family was not something they could decide at will. They also had other concerns. During the inheritance war, the Hua family and Qiu family were by far the closest to Yang Kai, with Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xingqian having assisted him directly. Them following Yang Kai was a given, but the other 5 had mostly fought against Yang Kai in the past. Now that circumstances had changed so dramatically, they weren't certain how to position themselves. Yang Kai extended an invitation to them casually, asking them to join him in Tongxian realm. As for what had transpired between them in the past, Yang Kai had long ago stopped caring about it. These 5 were also people from his homeland, and helping them required very little effort for the current Yang Kai. So he didn't hesitate to ask. However, all 5 young patriarchs said they needed to go back and negotiate with their family's elders before making a decision. After these 5 left, before they could have a moment of calm, a steady stream of people began arriving. All of these visitors were friends of Yang Kai who had participated in the inheritance war. Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Hua Ruayin of 10,000 Flower Palace. Feng Qianhen of Water Moon Hall. Zuofang, Li Xian Yuan of Pure Heart Palace. Reflecting Moon sects Chun Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure Instrument sect Tao Yang and Zhao Rong. Lengshan, Chen Yi, and Chuning of Ghost King Valley. These people had all been helping to rebuild the central capital after Yang Kai left, causing the Yang family to feel quite grateful and fostering close ties with each of their respective sects. Each of them had mutually taken care of the others these past 10 years, and eventually, the young leaders who had been among the first ones to support Yang Kai were chosen as representatives of their respective sects to the Yang family and thus remained in the central capital all this time. Fortunately, during the most recent disaster, none of them had suffered tragedy, all of them managing to survive. With so many old friends meeting, the atmosphere became jubilant. The 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls had even matured into great beauties, adding a layer of color to the scene. After enthusiastically exchanging greetings, Yang Kai told them about his future plans, all of them saying they would immediately return to their sects to inform their elders. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, you discuss with the elders whether you plan to follow me or not. Please give me a reply as soon as possible, though, as I won't be able to stay here for too long." There's no need to discuss anything, ninth brother. Since you've already arranged everything, the Yang family will naturally follow you. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, not a single objection being raised. The blood warriors all showing excited looks, openly displaying their happiness that they would be able to follow their little lord once more. Good. Then have everyone pack their things. Tell them to only take with them their most precious possessions. As for any cultivation materials or resources, you can leave them behind. They won't be worth anything in Tongxian realm. Yang Kai urged them before turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng and Hu Xingchan. The Hua family young lord quickly stated, "Whatever Qiu Yimeng decides to do, I will follow along with. Her vision is far better than mine. I must bring the Qiu family to Tongxian realm." Qiu Yimeng stated decisively as she shot him a glance. Hu Xingchan shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll go back and inform my old man and let our people hurry up and pack." Saying so, he quickly left. "We will also get to work." Yang Zhao stood up and ordered to the rest of the Yang family members in the hall. Just as ninth brother said, "Only take with you what you cannot bear to part with. The rest can be left behind." "Yes." Numerous people shouted and dispersed. Inside the hall, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman remained. "Master, we'll be waiting outside if you need us." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have not seen the way the young girl named Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai? It was the look of a maiden that could not hide her longing and infatuation. Her deliberately staying behind was obviously in order to see Yang Kai alone. "Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go on ahead," Luo Xiaoman whispered before quickly following after Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the elder hall, silence fell and the atmosphere became a bit tense as Qiu Yimeng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai finally broke the silence in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Seeing your current appearance, you don't seem to have gotten married yet. You're not young anymore. I was waiting for you." Qiu Yimeng raised her eyes, revealing her long, slender white neck. "Don't joke with me." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. "Do you think I'm joking?" Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted, suddenly grinding her teeth. "I know that there are other women in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me back. Even I know that the current gap between us is too big. I have some self-awareness." Yang Kai could only stare back at her helplessly. "But you rarely come back, so I need to clearly express myself. You said to me before, you will not speak about love to me, but having fun is all right." "I really said such feral words?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You did." Qiu Yimeng angrily bit her lip as she glared at him. "You realize now what an animal you were? I thought you were still ignorant." That was all in the past. I was young and frivolous. It doesn't matter anymore. Since you want to play, then let's play. I don't expect to wait for you forever. I know that's not realistic. I don't want to spend every day suffering like this. I just hope that I can turn your head at least once." Yang Kai was dumbstruck by Qiu Yimeng's bold words, unable to even answer back. "I don't care what you think about me, but just you wait. After we arrive in Tongxian realm and everything is calmed down, I'll let you know how fierce I can be." Saying so, Qiu Yimeng's tender body flashed, appearing right in front of Yang Kai and completely disregarding whether he was willing or not, stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. In the next instant, Yang Kai let out a pitiful yelp as he stumbled back as felt a burning pain from his lips. Qiu Yimeng turned around gracefully and gradually drifted away, her silver bell-like laughter ringing through the air. "That's just a little bit of interest. When we get to the other side, I'll find an opportunity to get the rest of it from you as well as the capital you owe me." Yang Kai couldn't help staring dumbly. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a blank expression. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him, then quickly turned their eyes away, their shoulders trembling lightly as they desperately tried to stifle their laughter. "Go on, laugh. Haven't you seen a woman bite before?" Yang Kai touched his lip helplessly, feeling he had no face left at all. "That young lady is actually quite good," Li Rong said in a serious manner. "If she had been born in Tongxian realm, her cultivation would be much higher. And this world has fettered their development. Han Fei also agreed. That's why I want to take them away from here, so they can see a wider world. Yang Kai said profoundly. This world is too small. Although there are more dangers over there, the conditions are still far better. Both women nodded in agreement. A moment later, Yang Kai ordered, "You two temporarily remain here in the Yang family to guard this place in order to avoid any unexpected situations." Li Rong was startled. "Is Master going somewhere? There are still 2 places I need to visit." "Then allow either Han Fei or myself to accompany you." "No need. I'll be fine on my own with the Flying Heavens shuttle. I'll be perfectly safe. No one can catch up with me, especially not in this world." Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist on it, only saying, "Then Master must be careful. Tell my parents that after I finish my errands I'll have lots of time to accompany them," Yang Kai said before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and soaring off in a blue flash of light, disappearing across the horizon in the blink of an eye. After gazing in the direction of his disappearance for a moment, Li Rong and Han Fei's figures flickered and also disappeared, the 2 of them flying over to the 4th Master's house to accompany Yang Kai parents in his place. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. In a flash of light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly in directly, but stopped just below the peak and walked up. This was the Holy Land in the hearts of this world's alchemists, where the first under heaven alchemy grandmaster Xiao Fusheng lived. All who came here would pay special attention to etiquette as they ascended the mountain. In the past, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley, and although he never studied the alchemic way under Grandmaster Xiao, the old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On the path that Yang Kai trod, these lessons had helped him many times. Yang Kai genuinely respected the kind grandmaster and the 2 beautiful women who served him. They had provided the best resources and support for him without the slightest reservation. Yang Kai was extremely grateful for their generosity and the assistance they freely gave him. This time, Yang Kai was preparing to bring the 3 of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fusheng's lifelong aspiration was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but he was shackled by this world, unable to achieve this simple wish. However, as long as he traveled to Tongxian realm, it would not be difficult to refine such a pill given Xiao Fusheng's means. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards the summit of Hidden Cloud Peak, glancing around at the herbs which were growing beside the path, recalling the 2 months that he had lived there. Reminiscing, he couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley had not changed much since he was last here. Wu Zhang had led his group from High Heaven Pavilion to the central capital, committing all kinds of outrage along the way, but it seems he had yet to reach this place. A moment later, Yang Kai reached the peak. As always, there were only a few simple huts scattered around. 2 mature beauties were sweeping the leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves lest they be dirted while they worked. Upon hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads and wiped the thin trace of sweat from their foreheads as they stared at him suspiciously. "Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan." Yang Kai smiled widely and shouted, "You're—" Aunt Xiang gawked for an instant before her beautiful eyes filled with pleasant surprise, gently putting down the broom in her hands and hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, it's me." Aunt Lan also hurried over and gently nodded as she looked him over, pursing her lips and smiling. "After so many years, I could hardly recognize you. And you look much stronger than before. You used to be just skin and bones." Aunt Xiang greeted warmly. "Come in and sit down." And inside the hut, at a simple table, Yang Kai, Aunt Xiang, and Aunt Lan sat down with 3 cups of light tea set before them. Aunt Lan said, "We don't have much to entertain with, but make yourself at home." "Aunt Lan is too polite." Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him and smiled. "Although I haven't seen you 2 for many years, Aunt Lan and Aunt Xiang haven't changed at all. You're both as young as ever." The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. "On the other hand, your tongue has grown slick and learned to sweet-talk others." Aunt Xiang directed a teasing look towards him. "Have you cheated many young misses with it?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago for unknown lands. Did you just return?" "I came back a few days ago." It's good that you've safely returned. Before, Grandmaster would often mention you, saying you were a rare alchemy talent, yet you clearly didn't know anything about the alchemic way. All those years ago, when you first arrived, it was like you had cheated him. At that time, I really didn't understand anything. Why haven't I seen Grandmaster? Is he in retreat underground performing alchemy? Yang Kai asked. The faces of Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan suddenly became gloomy as the smiles on their faces converged. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling rose within it. Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago. Aunt Xiang spoke haltingly, her eyes becoming slightly wet as she whispered. Yang Kai was startled and froze up, the discomfort in his heart increasing notably. It was only at that moment that he recalled that the reason Grandmaster Xiao had suddenly decided to recruit disciples was because he realized that he did not have many years left, causing him to act so anxiously. Even so, it was a shock to Yang Kai that he had already departed from this world 5 years ago. Grandmaster. Yang Kai opened his mouth. He achieved his wish. Aunt Xiang resisted her sadness and gently took out a jade box from her pocket. 7 days before he passed on, he consumed the last of his vitality to successfully refine a spirit-grade pill. This was the last work he had left behind. Yang Kai accepted the jade box, feeling as if he was holding a great weight in his hands, like it was not a pill but a newborn life instead. When he opened it, he saw a pristine spirit-grade pill with a rich fragrance and a potent medicinal efficacy. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist may not be able to produce such a good pill. Grandmaster's departure was very serene. Aunt Xiang wiped the cover of her eyes and somehow squeezed out a smile. Therefore, we don't need to feel sad for him. Before he passed on, though, Grandmaster said that spirit grade was not the peak of alchemy, and that there must be a grade above spirit grade. Yang Kai's body shook as he was secretly surprised by Xiao Fushang's astonishing vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand why Xiao Fushang was so determined to refine a spirit-grade pill. His goal wasn't to increase his own alchemy skills, but rather to break through the shackles of this world with his own power. And he had succeeded. A spirit-grade pill, which had never been seen in this world, had been refined by him. Where is Grandmaster buried? Yang Kai looked up and asked. Aunt Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." In a secluded area of Hidden Cloud Peak, not far from the summit, stood a small mound of earth. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of this world's greatest alchemist. Everything was done in accordance with Grandmaster's wishes. Grandmaster's bones are not here. Instead, he was cremated and his ashes scattered across the nearby rivers and lakes, returning him to nature. There are only a few of his memorabilia buried here. Yang Kai knelt in worship as Aunt Xiang stood behind him and explained. Grandmaster would certainly be very happy if he knew you. His in-name disciple had come here. Aunt Xiang covered her mouth and spoke through the tears she could no longer hold back, Aunt Lan also sobbing nearby. This is what I should do? Yang Kai nodded gently. Half a day later, atop Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan. Will the two of you really not consider it? From now on it may not be peaceful here anymore. This world has already been connected to a place called Tongshan Realm. In the future, there may be many masters with strength beyond anything you can imagine arriving here. Yang Kai made one last attempt to persuade. He wanted to bring these two women who had taken such good care of him in the past back to the central capital and then on to Tongshan Realm, but they had actually refused his kindness and insisted on staying here. No, we have lived here all our lives and don't wish to move anywhere else. Grandmaster is here too. We should remain here to accompany him. If we were to leave, he would be all alone. You thinking so much of us is more than enough. Yang Kai could only sigh helplessly. The determination of these two was firm, Yang Kai could tell. He knew that it was useless to try to persuade them any more, so he simply said, "Then in the future, when I have time, I'll certainly come back here to visit you. Right, if someone dares to come here looking for trouble, report my name to them, perhaps it will be useful." And we know. Aunt Xiang smiled and nodded. Then do take care. Yang Kai sincerely cupped his fists and bowed before turning and descending the mountain. You too must act carefully. Don't become overconfident. Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan waved to him from the top of the peak. Below Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai carefully placed the jade box containing the spirit-grade pill refined by Xiao Fushang inside the black book space before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying off towards the west. His next destination was the ash-gray cloud Evil Land. He had left the central capital this time mainly to visit two places. One was Medicine King's Valley and the other was the ash-gray cloud Evil Land. He was going to see Shanqing Luo. This bewitching woman had always been very good to Yang Kai, and during the final battle with the Demon Lord, she had provided him much assistance. The most important point, though, was that Yang Kai had engraved himself on her heart, forging a bond between them that could not be erased. Since he had finally come back, naturally Yang Kai wanted to bring her to Tongshen Realm, lest she be bullied here. As for what she wanted to do once they reached Tongshen Realm, Yang Kai did not plan on restraining her. 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived outside Fragrance City. This city was arguably the most prosperous place in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and was the territory under Shanqing Luo's direct jurisdiction. When the Demon Lord and most of the 6 great evil kings died, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had been plunged into chaos. Only Fragrance City was not affected because the beguiling Demon Queen returned. The stability of this city stood in stark contrast to the rest of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, which was filled with slaughter and death. Many cultivators who didn't want to spend all their time fighting or running would come to Fragrance City to seek a different way of life, creating great prosperity which in turn attracted more people to come. Upon arriving here, Yang Kai began to drag his feet as he pondered about what kind of attitude to use when he saw this enchantress again. This seductress was simply too alluring. If she behaved affectionately and spoiled him, Yang Kai wasn't certain he would be able to endure. If he couldn't resist her charms, his innocence would be at great risk. Moreover, Yang Kai knew she would not hesitate to act this way. After a short delay, Yang Kai arrived in front of Shanqing Luo's palace in Fragrance City. At the entrance to the palace, there was a ragged beggar who was leaning against the wall, clasping his hands in front of him as he closed his eyes. His image was quite awkward. His hair was messy and his beard unkempt, as if he had not groomed himself for many years. Everyone who passed by pretended to not see him, clearly feeling it would troublesome to get involved with him. Yang Kai glanced at him casually before his mouth curled into a strange smile. Slowly walking over while ignoring his stench, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of him. When the noon sunlight was obscured by Yang Kai's figure, the beggar opened his eyes slightly and looked up for a moment before soon closing them again and ignoring him. It was as if he didn't even see Yang Kai or was just pretending he didn't exist. Yang Kai, however, just grinned and lightly spoke, "Hello, Shadow King." The beggar's body trembled as his eyes shot open, a trace of profound light flashing across the depths of his pupils. It seemed like it wasn't until this moment that he recognized Yang Kai, his expression changing greatly and lightning surging up from his skinny body. In the next instant, his figure flickered and disappeared. Yang Kai didn't react excessively, simply turning his gaze in the direction the beggar disappeared, lightly sneering before shooting off in pursuit. In the sky above Fragrance City, the beggar rapidly sped along, turning his head back anxiously in the direction of the palace but failing to find any trace of the young man. While desperately looking around for a trace of the youth, he suddenly noticed another person flying right beside him, his eyes bulging in shock. "You?" The beggar stared dumbfounded, his face going completely pale as if he had just seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that someone could actually surpass his speed. He was proudest of his instant acceleration and rapid speed and truly thought that no one in the world could match him. Even the Demon Lord Yang Bai, who was acknowledged as the strongest cultivator in this world, had nothing but praise for his speed. However, this young man, even after giving him a head start, had instantly caught up with him, and from the looks of it, he wasn't even using his full strength. How could he not be shocked? "Shadow King, don't waste your energy. It's impossible for you to escape." Yang Kai coldly snorted as a burning power erupted from his body and surged out like an invisible punch, slamming into the beggar's body, sending the latter miserably tumbling through the air. After managing to stabilize himself, the Shadow King stood mid-air, his expression fluctuation as he stared at Yang Kai with dread. a deep sense of unwillingness flashing across his face. He hadn't expected that not only would he be inferior to the other side in terms of speed, but also in terms of strength. The casual blow just now had made him painfully aware of the huge gap between them, causing his will to escape to dampen significantly. It was just like the other party had said, in the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. The energy fluctuations that spread out alarmed all of Fragrance City's cultivators down below, each of them raising their heads to see what was happening. After catching sight of the two figures floating high up in the sky, many people called out in surprise. "Hey! Isn't that the beggar who is always in front of the Demon Queen's palace?" "Yeah. He sits there in front of the door all day. I don't know how Lady Demon Queen endures him. If it was me, I would have driven him away long ago." Looking at him now, though, it's obvious he's no simple beggar. How could someone so powerful have fallen into such a destitute state? Rather, who is that young man with him? Doesn't he seem even more powerful? The exclamations continued as Fragrance City's cultivators moved closer to the pair, wanting to see more clearly, and soon, the streets below and the nearby roofs were full of people. There were even some more courageous cultivators who flew up into the air and gathered around, hoping there would be a good show to watch. Xianxia turned a blind eye to this. The strength of these Fragrance City cultivators was nothing to him. "Young family little brat, do you really insist on ruthlessly killing to the last?" The beggar's face filled with grief and indignation as he sorrowfully shouted. "It's not that I want to act ruthlessly." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious why the Lightning Flash Shadow King, one of the 6 great evil kings, is actually dressed up as a beggar and loitering around Fragrance City." Lightning Flash Shadow King? Many of the spectators called out in shock upon hearing this name. It couldn't be, right? That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King? Now that I look at him, he does bear some resemblance. It really is Lightning Flash Shadow King that disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's alive and living in Fragrance City. Oh shit. When I passed by him a few days ago, I actually spat on him. Isn't that no different from killing myself? One man shouted, paling with fright. I also kicked his foot once. Do you think Lord Shadow King will find me to settle accounts? Someone else stuttered. The nearby cultivators all cast these people sympathetic looks, as if they were paying tribute to the dead, causing those who had just spoken to become even more terrified. Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I tossed him some money. It seems my charitable heart has finally won me some good fortune. Ha ha ha. While some people were panicking when the beggar's true identity was revealed, others were actually celebrating, the people's moods varying greatly among the crowd. Lightning Flash Shadow King, together with Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profound Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen were known as the 6 great evil kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land had been ruled by the 6 of them, with the central capital as their common enemy. During the central capital's catastrophe a decade ago, the 6 great evil kings, led by Demon Lord Yongbai, had turned out in full force to crusade against the 8 great families. However, at the end of the battle, Yongbai died and the 6 great evil kings suffered heavy losses. Besides Shan Qingluo, who managed to escape without a scratch, the other 5 evil kings suffered terrible losses, 4 of them dying while only Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to flee. Since then, no one had heard anything about him. Many people said that he had died from his wounds, while others thought he had secluded himself in some remote mountain to hide. After all, the central capital had many powerful masters left. If he dared to show up, he would no doubt be targeted. No one could have imagined that he had actually disguised himself as a beggar and hidden inside Fragrance City, enduring humiliation every day in order to live on dishonorably. If Xianxia had not come to Fragrance City today to find Shan Qingluo, it was quite possible his identity would never have been exposed. He might have been able to deceive others, but there was no way he could conceal himself from Xianxia's senses. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of master in this world. It would have been strange for Xianxia to not notice him. "Young family little brat, I am already no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, and am no longer an enemy of your central capital 8 great families. I only want to live out the rest of my life in peace. Why must you act so aggressive towards me? Shadow King shouted. If that's true, why are you disguising yourself while sitting outside Shanqing Luo's palace? What exactly are you plotting against her? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Plotting against her? Shadow King gawked before grumbling. Aren't you misunderstanding things? The reason I can stay in front of her palace is because I reached an agreement with her. Why else do you think I would be sitting here? She agreed to let you stay here? Yang Kai frowned before waving his hand, sending out a golden rope that directly tied up the Shadow King. Whether or not that's true, we'll soon see. If it turns out you're lying to me, today you will die without a doubt. Shadow King tried to struggle, but quickly discovered that this true chi rope was not something he could break. On top of that, his own true chi was being sealed, causing him a great deal of panic, as if he hadn't imagined that Yang Kai's strength had already reached such a frightening height. Realizing this, he urgently called out, "You won't find her here. She's no longer in Fragrance City." Not here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper as he released his divine sense across the entire city, soon discovering there really was no trace of Shanqing Luo's aura, a hint of loneliness welling up in his heart. Where did she go? There are still a few people inside the palace, you can ask them. Lightning Flash Shadow King grumbled unhappily. Good. Yang Kai nodded, pulling the Shadow King along as he flew into Shanqing Luo's palace. Fragrance City's cultivators were left dumbfounded by everything they had just witnessed, and were unable to calm down for quite some time. The evil kings were the greatest powerhouses of the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land, each one of them synonymous with supreme. But now, some unknown youth that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere had actually defeated and captured one of those evil kings. What's more, he had accomplished this feat as easily as if he were pinching a turtle. This made all of them feel as if they were dreaming, many cultivators rubbing their eyes or even pinching themselves to determine if all of this had been some kind of dream or illusion. However, all they saw the gradually disappearing Yang Kai and Lightning Flash Shadow King. Inside the palace, several of the maids had overheard the ruckus outside and rushed out just in time to see Yang Kai enter. When they saw who this intruder was, all of them called out in shock. The mature beauty Yun Li and the maid sisters Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, the 3 Shanqing Luo had sent to attend to Yang Kai, were the ones who had come out. Young Master Yang? Yun Li covered her mouth and cried out. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Senior Shadow King, how did you? Yun Li looked over at the distressed Lightning Flash Shadow King with a confused expression. I'll have to trouble you to explain to this Yang family little brat that it was your mistress who agreed to let me stay in Fragrance City. Lightning Flash Shadow King grumbled unhappily. Yang Kai turned to Yun Li and said, You don't need to fear him, just speak the truth. Yun Li smiled helplessly and nodded. Young Master Yang, it was indeed Demon Queen who agreed to him staying here on the condition that he guarded the palace. Since Mistress left all those years ago, Senior Shadow King has been secretly guarding all of Fragrance City, ensuring that no turmoil occurs. Outsiders don't even know that Mistress Demon Queen is gone. All of them believe she is just in secluded retreat. Yang Kai was somewhat surprised and knit his brow, but since Yun Li had said so, it meant that Shadow King had not lied to him. Releasing the imprisoning heaven chain casually, Yang Kai continued. You said a moment ago that Shanqing Luo left Fragrance City a long time ago. Yes? Where did she go? Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruo Qing all shook their heads. We don't know where Mistress went, but before she left, she seemed to mention something to Senior Shadow King, so he should have some idea. Yang Kai glanced over at Lightning Flash Shadow King indifferently. Shadow King seemed to mutter a few curses under his breath before angrily reporting. Shanqing Luo said that she was going to look for you. As for what her exact destination was, she didn't say. Looking for me? She should have known I wasn't in the central capital anymore. How did she intend to find me? She didn't go to the central capital to find you. Before she left, she spoke some strange words, something about a higher level world, similar to what Yang Bai said in the past. Yang Kai trembled, suddenly remembering that when he had left he had told some things to Shanqing Luo. When did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared. She said that you still had her soul-seeking seal on you, so as long as she could arrive in the world you had gone to, she would be able to easily find you. Yang Kai nodded, confirming that what Shadow King was saying was true. Shan Qing Luo placing her soul-seeking seal on him was something only the two of them knew about. So the only way Shadow King could have learned about it was if Shan Qing Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She also left with Mistress. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that this seductress would actually leave the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to search for him, even seeking a way into the higher world. He didn't know if she succeeded either. If she did, that would mean she was also in Tongxian realm. But if that was the case, why hadn't she come to see him after so long? Yang Kai had completely lost any clues about her. Understanding the depths of this devilish woman's emotional entanglement with him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat moved. At first, when she was constantly pestering him, Yang Kai couldn't wait to shove her away. But now that he was actually unable to see her, he actually felt somewhat desolate. At that same time, Yang Kai felt a sense of guilt towards her. There, I've told you everything I know. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with. Shadow King coldly snorted, seemingly resigned to his fate. Inside the beguiling Demon Queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly stood with an unyielding look filling his face. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai simply waved his hand and said, "Go! I have no interest in killing you." Shadow King was stunned by this and stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having imagined he would let him go. Over the past decade, he had constantly been disguising himself as a lowly beggar because he was afraid that the masters from the central capital would seek him out. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Yang Kai's hands, did he really have a chance to survive? Haven't left yet? Yang Kai snorted. Shadow King grit his teeth as the veins on his forehead throbbed. He was once a supreme ruler, the Lightning Flash Shadow King who struck fear into the hearts of this entire world's common people. Yet now he was actually so despised by the young man in front of him, deemed not even worth the effort to kill. Never before had he felt so humiliated. In his heart, the idea of going all out with Yang Kai began to rise. But in the end, he endured it and coldly snapped. Shang Qing Luo went to the Spider Mother's den before leaving. Apparently she found something of interest there. If you're planning to search for her, you might find some clues there. After saying so, Shadow King shot off like lightning and disappeared. The Spider Mother's den. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Naturally, he remembered this place. It was where the 7th Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, lived. The Spider Mother was the only 7th Order monster beast in this entire world. Shan Qing Luo's poison widow body special constitution originated from her, as did the life-threatening toxin which plagued her lineage. The only cure to this poison was the Spider Mother's monster core. "Young Master Yang," Yunli called out, "are you going to find Mistress Demon Queen? I'll go take a look." "She's not necessarily there. And she should be long gone in fact. And then young Master Yang must take care along the way." Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing nodded lightly, not making any attempt to dissuade him. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and suddenly asked, "Your mistress is no longer here, so why do you remain?" Yunli smiled mirthlessly. "Where can we go? As long as we stay here, at least we don't have to worry about having a place to sleep. But if we were to leave with our appearances and strength, young Master Yang should be clear of the consequences." This mature woman and 2 young girls were all quite beautiful and their strength wasn't very high. If they left the safety of this palace and traveled outside, they would no doubt degenerate into playthings for unscrupulous men. "If I offered to take you away, would you accept?" Yang Kai asked on the spur of the moment. Yunli's eyes brightened as she exchanged a quick glance with Ruoyu and Ruoqing before all 3 of them nodded. "Yes, we would happily accept young Master Yang's offer. If we travel with you, perhaps one day we may reunite with Mistress and continue to serve her. Then go tidy up your affairs and pack. I'll return as soon as possible to pick you up. Right, if I recall correctly, there should be other maids besides you 3, yes? Ask them if they wish to come as well." Yang Kai instructed before departing. Half an hour later, above the Spider Mother's den, Yang Kai stood high up in the air and overlooked the giant spider statue down below. He had never thought about it before, But staring at it now, more than a decade later, he couldn't help wondering how this giant spider statue came to exist, suddenly feeling like something was unusual about it. There used to be countless giant spiders here as well as the spider mother herself, but in the end, they were just monster beasts, so it was impossible for them to have built such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to be quite ancient. Staring at its weather-worn traces, Yang Kai estimated that it was at least 10,000 years old. At this moment, there were no signs of activity inside the spider mother's lair. After the death of the spider mother, the giant spiders who lived here had apparently scattered. So when Yang Kai arrived, he did not see any traces of life at all. Landing, Yang Kai walked up to the front of the statue and entered into its giant maw. Inside the statue, there was a huge space, covered in spider webs with a thick layer of dust spread across its floor. Obviously, no one had come here for many years. Yang Kai was looking around when something suddenly caught his eye. Turning towards a certain location, he saw a kind of altar with a strange chart or formation carved onto its surface. In addition, there were some dark stains in various places atop the altar. Yang Kai instantly recognized the dark stains as dried-up old blood. This altar was not very big, at most large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing on top of it. Yang Kai examined it carefully and quickly discovered 2 distinct sets of footprints that, because of the dried bloodstains, had not been erased by time. Were these 2 sets of footprints left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo? Yang Kai couldn't be certain about these footprints, but he was certain that there were traces of void energy lingering about this altar. The altar had been damaged, with many cracks running across it. When Yang Kai reached out and touched it, even though he didn't use any strength at all, the altar actually crumbled to pieces. Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, Yang Kai's heart pounded. From the strange chart engraved onto it and the remnant void energy aura, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to conclude that this was once the entrance to a void corridor. If the 2 pairs of bloodstained footprints were really left behind by Shanqing Luo and by Luo, they must have left this world through that void corridor. But where did they go? When he last separated from this devilish woman, she was only a first-order transcendent. That kind of strength was nothing in Tongxian realm. After inspecting it for a while, yet not discovering any other useful clues, Yang Kai left the giant spider statue and flew up into the air, lifting his palm towards the sky. Heaven-covering hand. A huge palm descended from the sky and landed on the spider statue, shattering the rocks and collapsing it entirely, dust flying as it was buried underground forever. Yang Kai's mood was quite complicated when he left the central capital earlier today. He had planned to visit 2 places and bring the people there back with him to Tongxian realm. But Xiao Fushang of Medicine King's Valley had passed away and Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan were unwilling to leave him, while Shanqing Luo had actually left Fragrant City long ago and was nowhere to be found. He had failed to achieve anything he had set out to do. Helpless to do anything about all this, Yang Kai returned to Fragrant City just as Yun Li and the other maids finished their preparations. In addition to Ruoyu and Ruoqing, there were indeed 2 other maids staying in the palace, all of whom Yang Kai brought back with him to the central capital. After half a day, he once again returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain to them and simply asked his father to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before finding Shanqing Luo again, these 5 women would serve as Yang family maids. Yang Yingfeng easily agreed. Yang Kai, cousin, 2 voices suddenly called out, and when Yang Kai turned around to see who it was, he found Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyen running over towards him. Fatty Dong wasn't fat anymore, having lost what seemed to be several dozen kilograms, leaving behind a tall and imposing figure. Dong Qingyen, on the other hand, had matured into a woman. What should be big was big, and what should be small was small, making for quite a pretty picture. Yang Kai's mood instantly brightened as he smiled warmly. When he came back a few days ago, he had met many old friends, but he had not actually seen anyone from the Dong family. It wasn't until today that his 2 cousins had appeared in front of him. Dong Qingyen rushed over, her beautiful eyes looking Yang Kai over as she smiled. Cousin, after 10 years of not seeing you, you've become more handsome, and your mouth has become quite sweet. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. But how could he have imagined that Dong Qingyan would grin mischievously and stretch out her hand towards him? So what kind of gift does cousin have for me to commemorate our reunion? Yang Kai was stunned. Fatty Dong just laughed as he stared at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. I'll give you this. Yang Kai took out a single piece of crystal stone and handed it over to Dong Qingyan, saying in a serious tone, "This is a rare and precious treasure. It contains a lot of pure energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into true qi. It is extremely beneficial whether it is used to restore oneself or to cultivate." Dong Qingyan's eyes lit up as she tightly gripped the piece of crystal stone and praised liberally. "This thing is so pretty, just like a huge gem. Is cousin really giving this to me? Do you think cousin will try to take back the gifts he sends out?" "Thank you, cousin." Dong Qingyan cried out happily, carefully storing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Seeing this, Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, didn't have the heart to see this young girl deceived by Yang Kai and quickly explained to her that crystal stones were just ordinary items, slowly shaking their heads as they laughed lightly. "Little sister, go outside the play for a bit. I have something to discuss with Yang Kai." Dong Qinghan shot Dong Qingyan a meaningful glance. "Humph, trying to be mysterious. Obviously you're not going to discuss anything good." Dong Qingyan snorted and quickly dashed off. When it was just the two cousins, Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai and asked, "I heard that you want to bring the entire Yang family to a place called Tongxian Realm. And what does your Dong family intend to do?" "My mother should have passed on the relevant information to you, yes. After receiving aunt and uncle's message, I hurried over. The rest of the Dong family is currently packing up and preparing to accompany your Yang family," Dong Qinghan asked solemnly. "Is this information really reliable? Do you believe I'd let my entire family go with me if it weren't? I'm not one to play such distasteful pranks." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Naturally, I understand that it's just suddenly having to leave our homes and travel to some unknown place is really somewhat nerve-wracking. You'll slowly get used to it," Yang Kai comforted. "When I first arrived on the other side, I also felt quite lost. But there were many more wonderful things and opportunities over there for us young people." "Ha ha." Dong Qinghan laughed. "I was just asking casually. Since Qiu Yimeng decided to go with you, there shouldn't be an issue. Frankly speaking, I believe in the Qiu family's first young lady's vision more than cousin's words." Yang Kai was dumbstruck. "When does your Yang family plan to depart?" "As soon as possible. The journey will be quite long. From here to our destination, it will be at least 3 to 4 months. If there are delays on the road, it could take even longer." "So long?" Dong Qinghan gawked. "The vastness of Tongxian Realm is far beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, there's no need for your Dong family to meet up with the Yang family in the central capital. It would be best if you sent them a letter telling them to head to High Heaven Pavilion after they finish packing. I will be bringing the Yang family people there as well." "Good." Dong Qinghan nodded firmly. "I'll go arrange it." The central capital quickly became busy, with the Yang family, Qiu family, and Hu family all packing their things in preparation to depart. Although Yang Kai had told him to pack lightly, the simple act of trying to organize so many people was quite time-consuming. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in the central capital before everyone was ready to set out. With one order, 3 great families, nearly 1,000 people, marched out of the central capital towards High Heaven Pavilion. Of course, there were more than these 3 families consisted of more than 1,000 people, but there were naturally some who were unwilling to leave the central capital and others who volunteered to stay behind. The Yang family had the most departing, with approximately 90% of the family following Yang Kai. Only some of the elders and their families who weren't willing to travel such long distances remained. As for the Hua family and Qiu family, only about half of each decided to leave. Only the younger generation and those who were willing to follow Hua Xingqian and Qiu Yimeng joined the caravan. Yang Kai's close friends were also part of this team. They had already sent word back to their sects. As for how their forces would decide to act, that was up to their respective leaders and elders. Yang Kai had told them that anyone who was willing to follow him back to Tongxian Realm could go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. He was planning on waiting in High Heaven Pavilion for a while, so there was no great rush. Outside the central capital, a long stretch of people streamed out of the gates, with many people gathering around, watching them leave, complex looks upon their faces. Most of these people were members of the other 5 great families in the central capital. Brother Meng, was it really the correct choice for us to stay? The Kong family patriarch, Kong Jian asked, a hesitant and slightly envious look upon his face, as he watched the 1,000-person convoy gradually drift away. These people were headed to a higher world, where they would surely achieve greater things, yet they chose to stay behind in the central capital and not get involved. The Meng family patriarch, Meng Shani, shook his head and sighed. I don't know if staying here is the correct choice or not. It's just, we don't have much friendship with Yang Kai. Following him to the other side might not be any better than us remaining here. If he has access to good resources and treasures, he will definitely give priority to the Yang, Qiu, and Hua families while perhaps not minding about our 5 families at all. There's even a chance he might intentionally exclude or forcefully annex us. What Brother Meng said is right, the Yi family patriarch, Yijing, nodded. It was because we had such concerns that we refused his invitation. I believe he understands this too, which is why he did not insist. Could it be that we're just thinking too much? Since that place is a higher-level world, couldn't it be that our strength and resources now mean nothing to Yang Kai? Kong Jian hesitated. Perhaps he invited us this time simply because it didn't matter to him whether we accepted or not. What use is wondering about such things? We've already rejected his offer? Or what? Do you want to chase after him now? Brother Lu, what do you think? The Gao family patriarch, Gao Rangxian, turned his eyes to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao had once been the strongest master among their generation in the central capital, so his opinion still carried some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, refusing to say any more. 10 kilometers outside the central capital, Yang Kai, Hua Xingchen, and Qiu Yimeng were walking side by side. Hua Xingchen suddenly glanced back and asked, Young Lord Kai, are you just going to ignore those people? What do you want me to do? If they don't want to follow me, am I supposed to force them? People have their own paths. Just let them do as they please. And this is their choice. Why take it to heart? Qiu Yimeng shot a glance over at Hua Xingchen. Hua Xingchen let out a hollow laugh. I just had their best interests at heart. All of us lived together for so many years, yet now we're suddenly separating. I guess I was feeling a bit reluctant is all. And anyways, enough about them. Young Lord Kai, let me introduce you to my 15 wives and concubines. All of them are quite interested in meeting you and have been asking me to introduce them. Yang Kai's face went black. That's all right. Meeting more than a dozen young ladies was nothing but a hassle for him. And if they were expected him to deliver gifts on first meeting, how could you say that? If you don't greet them, they'll definitely find me tonight to settle accounts. Hua Xingchen shouted. Helpless, Yang Kai prepared to handle this mess when suddenly, his brow furrowed and he turned his eyes towards a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master, Li Rong called out solemnly. I know. Yang Kai nodded before hurriedly saying, Brother Hua, Qiu Yimeng, you two continue leading the group forward. I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared. Li Rong and Han Fei exchanged a glance before quickly keeping up. Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xingchen were both startled and remained in place, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly run off. Where did Kaier go? Dong Suzhu walked up and asked. I don't know. It was as if he suddenly discovered something. Qiu Yimeng replied pensively. Could it be some kind of danger? Dong Suzhu asked worriedly. Please relax, Auntie. Yang Kai has those 2 masters with him. Although I'm not entirely clear on those 2's strength, they should both be very powerful. Qiu Yimeng smiled and comforted. Listening to her, Dong Suzhu also relaxed slightly. Yang Yingfeng laughed and nodded. Our son is a grown man now. Will you always keep worrying about him? Whatever it is he left to do, Kaier has his own sense of discretion. The convoy continued moving forward, and besides the few people who were nearby who saw Yang Kai leave, no one else realized anything had happened. 100 kilometers away, A blood-red light and a black light were rapidly approaching the caravan. The speed of these two lights was extremely high, and it was obvious their strength was not low. As they sped along, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking malevolent aura, causing the vegetation beneath them to wilt, as if they had experienced long years of decay, their vitality rapidly draining. All those who perceived the horrifying demonic chi from this pair froze up in fear, their wills nearly collapsing just from their mere presence. Such terrible demonic chi was not something this world's cultivators could withstand. "Oh!" An exclamation came out, and immediately after the black shadow came to a halt, revealing a tall and sturdily built man that gave off an imposing aura like that of a great mountain. The blood-red shadow also came to a halt beside him, revealing a graceful woman. "Did someone beat us here?" The grand man frowned, showing a curious expression. "Moreover, it seems to be someone from my demon race. Could it be Goche?" The woman shook her head. "Unlikely. If Goche wanted to come here, he would definitely have moved together with us. How could he act alone? It's not Goche? Then who else among my demon race has such a cultivation?" The man showed a confused look, but soon after his brow furrowed. "No, that's not all. There's also a human approaching. But this human's aura, why do I feel like it's somewhat familiar?" Muttering to himself, the man sunk into thought but couldn't remember where he had met this human before. Just as he was beginning to doubt himself, the expression of the graceful figured woman beside him changed greatly. "I know who's coming." "Who?" The woman sneered softly. "The road of life is truly narrow. It turns out to be her." "Explain clearly," the man shouted impatiently. The woman glanced over at him coldly and snorted. "Do you still remember the incident 2 or 3 years ago where I was injured?" The man's lips curled into a sneer, clearly taking pleasure in the woman's misfortune. "You mean when you ran off to the human territory without authorization and were injured by one of those human race masters?" "Naturally, I remember. But so what? What does that have to do with the person approaching?" The woman gnashed her teeth. "How is it related? The person who I was fighting with at that time was her. Clearly. She belongs to my demon race, yet she actually pledged allegiance to a mere human boy. It's an utter disgrace." The man's brow rose as he grinned fiendishly. "Looks like today you'll have a chance for revenge." The woman's tone dropped as she bluntly stated, "She's not weak. At the time, she was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to fight evenly with me." "How can that be? Were you sleepwalking at the time or something?" The man's expression changed greatly. "You are a demon general. How could you possibly be matched by an opponent an entire minor realm below you? That woman is different from other people. If I'm not mistaken, she should be a member of that clan." "Which clan?" The woman glanced at him faintly and solemnly said, "The clan which directly served under the great demon god." The man paled as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. It seemed the mere mention of that clan was enough to elicit dread. "Are you sure she belongs to that clan? You think after fighting her I wouldn't be able to tell? The divine ability she used was definitely the demon god transformation that great demon god passed to that clan. This is really strange. Does that clan's bloodline actually still exist?" The expression of the man is gradually brightened, as if he had just discovered a rare treasure, his eyes filling with greed. "Menggu, are you interested in her?" The woman shot him a glance and asked seemingly casually. "I have no interest in her. But I am interested in that demon god transformation." The man named Menggu smiled lowly. "I also have some interest in it," the woman chuckled. "How about this? You and I will collaborate. There are 3 people coming. 2 of them belong to that clan while the last one is a human boy. The 2 of us can each take one of those 2. As for the human..." "You're also interested in that human?" Menggu was looking at her with surprise before suddenly becoming vigilant. "Shweli, what kind of wicked scheme are you up to? What is it about that human that makes him worthy of your attention?" With his understanding of this snake woman, if this human didn't have something special about him, it was impossible for her to even bother with him. This human was only a third-order transcendent. In front of 2 demon generals, he was no different from an ant, someone that could be casually slaughtered at any will. Shueli laughed pleasantly. Menggu, you're thinking too much. Actually, that human was the one who escaped from my sand city that year, causing this queen to lose a great deal of face. I want to take him back with me and torture him well to soothe the hate in my heart. Menggu was startled by her response but soon recalled such an incident. In the past, a human boy had actually managed to escape from Sand City, which was governed by Shueli. This matter had made noise around the demon land for a while, causing Shueli to become a laughingstock amongst the other demon generals. Every time they met, they would taunt her about it, annoying her to no end. Do as you like, Menggu waved impatiently. As long as you don't harm my interests, I don't care what you do. If you do, though, don't blame me for being impolite. Shueli nodded with satisfaction, a cunning light subtly flashing across the depths of her beautiful eyes. While it was true that Shueli was annoyed over the fact that this human brat had escaped from Sand City, her real objective was the demon god Golden Blood in his body. This secret was one Shueli had not told anyone. As long as she could catch him and absorb the demon god Golden Blood in his veins, Shueli had confidence she could defeat the current demon commander and become the ruler of the demon land, the first female ruler of the whole demon land. How glorious would that be? When she thought about this bright future, Shueli's blood began to boil. They're coming right to us. It seems their courage isn't small. Menggu lightly sneered, standing midair in a relaxed stance, not showing any intent to escape. With two demon generals here, they had nothing to fear. It's Shueli, Xianxia muttered as the distance between the two groups shrank, and he determined the identity of one of the unknown masters, his brow slightly wrinkling in the next moment. But the other master, his aura is somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? Both he and Menggu simultaneously felt a sense of déjà vu upon sensing one another. Master, when we reach them, you must act carefully. Xianxia nodded, his thoughts turning quickly. Earlier, Xianxia had noticed a pair of powerful masters rapidly approaching their group, causing him some concern. So he had left with Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that one of the approaching masters was actually Shueli, Xianxia's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting it to Tongxian realm. He had come here from High Heaven Pavilion, but where had Shueli come from? A moment later, Xianxia's group of 3 arrived in the two demon generals' fields of vision. Coming to a stop, the two groups stared at each other across a 1,000-meter distance. Little human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in such a place. Enemies truly meet often along narrow roads. Shueli's pair of beautiful eyes seemed ablaze with anger, as if she couldn't wait to burn down the entire world as she sneered gloomily. Enemies do often meet along the narrow road. Last time you managed to run away, but this time you won't be so lucky, Xianxia coldly snorted. Your tone is not small. Menggu laughed happily as he sized up Xianxia with great interest, frowning a moment later. Boy, have we met before somewhere? Why do you look somewhat familiar? Who are you? Xianxia frowned, also feeling like this man's face was familiar. He had absolutely met him somewhere before. This king is Demon Commander's subordinate, Demon General Menggu. Menggu replied proudly. Menggu. Xianxia was startled, his expression becoming strange as he snickered. No wonder you seemed so familiar. It turns out it's you. Menggu looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Don't you remember me? Xianxia said dismissively as he laughed. Perhaps you recall who it was that killed your soul clone in the past? Menggu's expression changed greatly as he carefully stared at Xianxia's face, finally recalling where he had seen it before, shouting loudly. So it's you. You really wear out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. What a stroke of good fortune. Menggu had once transferred his soul clone to the evil cavern of the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land. At that time his soul clone's strength was great, but it had actually been destroyed by Xianxia with the help of the demon sealing chain. This was an event from many years ago, so not only had Xianxia's impression of it faded, so had Mengji's, leading to the two of them to only feel the other was somewhat familiar when they finally met face to face again. With Xianxia's reminder though, Mengji's anger suddenly erupted as he grinned ferociously. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you'd deliver yourself to me today. Good. Today I will exact my revenge for that past slight and finally relieve the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, his murderous intent condensed so much it almost materialized and struck towards Yang Kai. Xueli's complexion changed greatly, and with a wave of her hand, sent out a blood-red light to block Meng Ji's strike, shouting as she did, "Meng Go, you and I had an agreement. This human brat belongs to me. If you dare to kill him, you'll have to answer to me." Meng Go didn't care at all about her threat and simply sneered, "Today, he must die. No one can stop me. Xueli, if you dare to interfere, don't blame me for ignoring our years of friendship." What had happened to his soul clone was an incredible humiliation to Meng Gu, one which had been like a bone stuck in his throat for many years. Now that he had finally come across the culprit responsible for it, how could he allow him to leave alive? Meng Gu couldn't wait to flay Yang Kai living before reducing his corpse to ash. That soul clone had taken him an enormous amount of time and effort to cultivate. Yet the moment it had been born, it was destroyed, and even after so many years, Meng Gu had been unable to cultivate a second one. Yang Kai's past actions had made him suffer a huge loss. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first." Xueli refused to back down and openly displayed her determination. Yang Kai just snickered as he watched the two demon generals fight amongst themselves, and even Li Rong and Han Fei could only shake their heads in amazement. They hadn't even begun to fight yet, the two demon general had already had a big falling out. It was really quite laughable. Xueli and Meng Gu stared at each other, neither of them willing to give in, but suddenly, after they seemingly reached some kind of agreement, their anger disappeared. Meng Gu nodded. "We can decide what to do with this human after we first deal with these two women." "That was my intention too." Xueli nodded lightly and turned her eyes towards Li Rong and Han Fei. The two ancient demon clan great commanders stared back at them, not showing the slightest fear. "Go, there's no need to show any mercy," Yang Kai lightly ordered. Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded. Meng Gu laughed loudly. "Boy, your courage is simply enormous. You actually dare not put we demon generals in your eyes? Do you really think these two women can defeat us? The last we met, I acted too hasty and was unable to ask for some proper advice. This time we'll have to compare notes carefully," Xueli coldly declared as she stared towards Li Rong, calling her out directly. "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly disappearing, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and reappearing right beside Xueli, her palm gently patting towards the latter's chest. The relaxed look on Xueli's pretty face rapidly distorted, and she hurriedly sent out a powerful burst of blood qi from her body. Demon crests appeared on Li Rong's face at the same time, and the force behind her exquisite palm multiplied, easily smashing through Xueli's blood qi defense and landing directly on her chest. Calling out in alarm, Xueli managed to avoid taking a critical hit as she retreated back 1,000 meters. Li Rong didn't pursue Xueli, instead choosing to just silently stand in place and indifferently stare towards her. "Your cultivation." Xueli's expression sank, a thick sense of disbelief apparent in her tone. Last time, only after Li Rong used her demon god transformation and went all out could she fight Xueli to a standstill. But this time, a single palm strike from Li Rong was enough to cause Xueli to feel great pressure. This kind of pressure was something only the demon commander could give her. This left Xueli somewhat dumbfounded. She couldn't help giving birth to the idea that if the two of them were to fight again, the only possible result would be her death. As this thought flashed across her mind, Xueli's tender body shivered as she shouted, "Did you break through to the third order?" Li Rong nodded. "Yes." The blood drained from Xueli's face and she turned pale. As a demon general, she understood better than anyone the great strength of the clan that directly served Great Demon God. With the Demon God transformation they received from Great Demon God, each of them was capable of fighting opponents above their own realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong was able to fight her to a draw. Now that she had reached the third order, Xueli simply had no hope of victory. Xueli hurriedly glanced over towards Meng Gu, but what she saw caused her to suck in a cold breath, almost not daring to believe what she was witnessing. During her and Li Rong's exchange, the other woman had engaged Meng Gu, creating an icy domain that covered a 12-kilometer radius where everything, even the earth and sky, seemed to be freeze over as seemingly delicate snowflakes gently drifted down, blanketing the ground in pure white. Against this kind of frigid cold, even the two demon generals had to fully push their Saint Qi in order to resist. The previously arrogant Menggu was now in a state of confusion, thick demonic qi constantly emerging from his body only to be frozen by the surrounding environment, traces of frost appearing on him, hampering his movements as he fought against this female, quickly becoming frustrated. Even if the strength of this woman was inferior to Meng Ji's, the difference wasn't great. Meng Gu wanting to capture or even kill her was all but impossible. Xueli's heart clenched as she immediately realized that obtaining victory here was nothing but a dream. She and Meng Gu had completely underestimated the other side's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantage. The other party daring to come here so unscrupulously was not because of arrogance but rather because of confidence. Xueli, we need to withdraw. Meng Gu also realized this point as he stared bitterly and angrily towards Han Fei. Let's go! Xueli acted decisively, shouting as she surrounded herself in bloody light and soared off towards the distance. Meng Gu also wrapped himself in a black cloud and like a malevolent ghost, followed after Xueli. The two demon generals arrived like a great thunderstorm but failed to deliver any rain, fighting for less than 10 breaths before deciding to retreat. There's no need to pursue? Yang Kai shouted, causing Li Rong and Han Fei to come to a halt and withdraw their demon god transformations, restoring their original appearances. The other two were top-level third-order saints. If they escaped wholeheartedly, there was no way Li Rong and Han Fei could stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, all three of them stared off in the direction the two demon generals had disappeared. There should be a place called the Great Yen Dynasty in that direction. Yang Kai frowned as he pondered. In this world, he was only familiar with the Great Han Dynasty as well as the nearby Tianlang Dynasty. He had never been to the Great Yen Dynasty. Master, two demon generals showing up here. Could it be? Li Rong asked worriedly. They shouldn't have come from High Heaven Pavilion. There are definitely other passages in this world that lead to Tong Shen Realm. Moreover, one of them actually leads to the Demon Land. Knowing the methods of the demon race people, I'm afraid that side has already suffered terrible losses. What should we do now? Nothing. Them coming here at this time was probably to explore the central capital. But they unexpectedly ran into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I doubt they'll try to approach this place again. Yang Kai took a breath. Let's head back. This world is big. Everyone has their own lives. And I only have enough ability to take care of my own loved ones and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heavens Holy Land is the priority. And it is as Master says. Li Rong gently nodded, agreeing with him. A short time later, the group of three returned to the caravan where Yang Yingfeng asked him a few simple questions, all of which Yang Kai skillfully dodged. After a months-long journey, the 1,000-person convoy finally arrived at the High Heaven Pavilion where they met up with the people from the three sects.